As we are once again doing a late night edition live upon the internet. Yeah, let's just get home like literally 5 minutes ago. And I saw there were some patch notes. Started reading them a little bit and kind of scrolling to them afterwards, and then going, holy shit, they're doing a lot. And I was like, you know what, when I get home, it's pretty early. Well, I mean, it's not early, but I can go for a few hours. And I wouldn't mind doing it on stream. Because, yeah, we have phase 1. Are they going to do a phase 2 then, I'm guessing? Wait, like next weekend then phase 2? That would be weird, right? But yeah, there's a lot of notes I saw. I did see. So I was considering going through them and having a peek, and already maybe doing because I already saw there were I shouldn't. I'm gonna open that. Actually, I should just do DPS table. So pop this up. So we can kind of move this to old. Move. Right. I want to show all locations here, man. Very nice. Move. Let's move this one away because this one's otherwise gonna be in the way. There you can go. What is this even? Oh, that's up on Mars. Let's make a copy of this. And rename. TU22. Let's put it at the end. Because yeah, I'm curious a lot about a lot of things. Because they're doing a lot. Hey, let me catch up here. Either Larry and Marksman. Them all get nerfed. Yeah, I haven't really had a chance yet to have a good look at it. I just see Elmo going down a peg. But honestly, I mean, they were kind of outliers. I'm curious to see even if they even really, because I think Oreo, for instance, will, like, they can't do too much to the Oreo without, like, it's still gonna be at the top, honestly. It's not gonna be too much of a thing. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, over time things change. Not certain that I'm kind of agreeing with everything from. I had like 10 minutes to look at it, but anyways, I'm there. People very questionable always. I saw there was like a billion changes, so a few of them should feel, you know, not everything's gonna stick. Let's just start. They've put that through. I don't know if does anybody know if because I didn't see the stream of it either, but if that stream is somewhere. I didn't really look for it either, but maybe somebody already knows a place of it being. I don't actually remember, like I didn't catch where they streamed it even. But let's start with some PTS notes. Actually, yeah, let's take this one so the chat isn't in the way. Actually, we can take the game away for now. I haven't actually had a chance to read everything, so let's just start somewhere, and then especially I'm curious. Kind of the one thing we can kind of do already is input some of the weapons and stuff, and kind of have a peek at them in their new forms. So this is just going from 20 to 10, and then the backpack is taking it to 5. So 5-second seeker spam. That is interesting. My opinion on these changes. I would hope you would have your own opinion. I might like help guide them, but I'm not going to give you your opinion. I'll give my opinion. You can see if you agree or disagree. This is a big buff to hardware. This is basically a doubling. Like this is 100% buff to this. So those are always pretty big. 5-second seekers. 5-second jammer. Sure. Aegis changes. So this is just a damage resistance, right? Enemy that is targeting. So 4%, so 4% to 5%. So this would be. So times 1.8, so this would be 4 times 1.8, so 7 something, and then this would be 9 something. So that adds up at least a little bit quickly, but still, like tanking, like who tanks? What are we tanking? This one I saw, and this one I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Because yeah, I already saw that Strikers is going down a little bit. Why is Heartbreaker going up? Heartbreaker is like at the heels of Striker. It's going from a 1 to a 1.3, a 30% buff to it on its thing. This is insane to me. Why are you nerfing Strikers and Obliterate? Keeping Vigilance, because I think Vigilance isn't getting touched, right? Because Heartbreaker runs with Vigilance. Heartbreaker runs the chest plus Vigilance. Runs like the Heartbreaker chest plus Vigilance. So this to me is basically like, okay, so for 100 stacks, where like with Striker we get 85, now for 100 stacks on Heartbreaker we get 130. So we get a bigger buff than old Striker. It stacks worse, of course. It doesn't have that rate of fire bonus, of course. But still, like, what is this? This is the one that I'm like, what are you doing? Why nerf Striker and then buff Heartbreaker? Like, as I've so often said, like, if you're gonna nerf Striker, you have to nerf Heartbreaker kind of behind it, because it's at the heels. Like, it's just 10% behind. Like, 10% is a lot. On Obliterate Striker, I should say. Now, and then especially now as well with Obliterate changing as well. I don't remember what Obliterate went to, but I saw it going sub 20. So, the division game. Actually, let's go over here for a second. I want to accidentally the division. Okay, yeah, that is a Twitch I have visited before. Videos. Shut up. Shut up. How long is this? Wait, this is an hour and something. Oh well. With like a 15-minute pre-start. Wait, is this the... Wait, was there a special report as well, or was it... Where's past broadcast? 10 hours ago. Okay, so this is all they streamed, right? Can I just go to this? There we go. Yeah, maybe we watch that. I just want to if you want to bring like stuff like this into their Steel Rain, I'm not the guy for it. Just go to the next one. Maybe they'll agree with you. But yeah, if you want to insult the devs and stuff, just I'm not the guy to help you with that. Actually, I'm the guy that'll go like, go away. I take the devs over you. Because yeah, let's quickly read through these. Likely they'll highlight a bunch of stuff, but I kind of want to. So we finally get aces and eights with rifle. After fire has flipped, so would still be, because yeah, this is kind of annoying to kind of quantize, because yeah, we have a 4-shot, we have a 3-shot and 2-shot, and then also like it's based on headshots for how many cars you flip. What was the damage of your nation? Because at worst it's 2 cards. Yeah, we have to. Man, I'm kind of dreading it, but I'm also kind of looking forward to a bunch of changes. A bunch of changes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we went we went away for a second. Yeah, let's put this back in. Although yeah, the only one I read there, but yeah. So Heartbreaker is weird. Like that's the one that I'm like, why are you buffing it when you're trying to? Because this to me just reads Heartbreaker is now the meta again. We're gonna run 4-piece with Coyote and a backpack with Vigilance. Because yeah, for 100, getting 130 now, like Heartbreaker really didn't need a buff. If you're kind of trying to bring the balance down a bit. Like you would do that if you wanted to max, like catch up to Striker, but yeah. So yeah, breaking point, just backpack talent changes, like not even worth looking at really. 4 to 7.2. That will definitely compete with Vigilance, but breaking point has other issues. The Negotiator getting a buff for its backpack. That's at least interesting because the backpack is kind of conditional. This would kind of help the backpack, but it's also just 12%. And you're still kind of... It would have benefited more from a direct buff to damage, because also that's your main target. Well, as well, so many people run Negotiator without the backpack. Let me check. Just about that. Striker, yeah. Yeah, they hate the joke and need a late night stream. I just got home from work. I got to read a little bit of the notes, but like on a tiny phone, and my eyesight isn't great anyway. I barely got all the info. So yeah, we're gonna look through this a little bit, and then actually watch the thingy, because I haven't watched that thing. I haven't seen any of the footage. It's like then, yeah. And I there, Frankie. You boomer. Yeah, how does the streaming stuff work? Weapon showcases again. I mean, yeah, it did look like that. I already saw one weird thing with one of them, so we'll have to kind of see. This have happened before once I know to level up. Saying that almost is max. Gonna happen again in about 2 or 3 years. Right. I mean, yeah, we just had a, like 2 seasons ago, we had a shake-up of balance, and then now again. Ongoing directive going for that chest. So yeah, this just means ongoing directive is going to become like the buff build in the same way. Remember old aces? Because this thing is going to be actually pretty potent. It's not going to beat either, like, it's still not going to beat new striker or new heartbreaker by any means, but it'll be a consistent build. And then yeah, you would do it with the chest because yeah, there is no, because you could go glass, but glass would be like this is basically a little bit less than glass. Because what would glass be? Glass would be a 1.2 times a 1.3 is, oh wait, 1.3. Did I do it wrong? Okay, so it would be a 1.56. So you'll give up 6% basically, going to the hollow point chest or to the ongoing chest, and then you also get to have coyote. So yeah, striker. It's impressive that they eventually touched striker. I would have expected them to take away the ability of the chest and kind of maybe alter the backpack as well. But yeah, the backpack going from 0.65 to 85, they should have changed both things. They should have taken it to 0.55 and then like 0.85. Just so that the backpack was competitive, because now the backpack is not competitive with vigilance. So strikers now as well, it's going to be with vigilance. If you're going to use it, and you will still use it. Because keep in mind that this is just a change to the backpack and not the chest. And the vigilance version was not significantly behind, like you were 3% behind. So you just now we're just going to drop the backpack. Like this isn't per se a complete destruction of striker. This is just us going instead of that to vigilance. The only thing is as well, and the thing is as well, where obliterate is gonna be less now as well, so you might as well go the striker chest anyway. So it's gonna be the same layout for striker and heartbreaker of just a backpack with vigilance and coyote. So it's not even really a change. I don't max out, then I get to around 15. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for now indeed, just keep it like, don't max out anything, and then we'll see in the new season. From 900 to 850. Oh yeah, no, they were. Okay, yeah, we have to look at all the weapons. Like one of the things I kind of want to do is maybe already start on inputting the weapons, because I did see some charts for weapons, although there was some weirdness there. Did I see the Scorpio yet? I think I saw it getting a significant change to its palleting, or to its shotting. They've yeah, the 6 shots will no longer shot you, I saw. So wait, what is Umbra getting changed? Okay, just buffs to its amounts. Also as well, changes won't affect PvP. Okay. So how much is it going up? So it's 1 to 1.2. So instead of 50 crit, it's gonna be 60 crit, right? Yeah, so from 50 to 60 crit, from whatever that was, 50 times 0.3, 16.6, to 50 times 0.4, so 20. So yeah. PvE wise, yeah, still not a thing. We did see this as well. This is I think the most surprising part. Yeah, so like electric and stuff, but nobody cares. Like will still. Although actually, I saw them changing the thing as well. The glove, the Sokolov glove. So maybe we'll use that now. Because yeah, the rest of this really doesn't matter. This is weird. Wyvern going to 5 skill damage. Like, why? It's not like Wyvern's 10 skill damage was like OP or anything. The funny thing is, this will make it like this is a buff to waveform, unless it's also got something done to it. But this is also weird. Empress skill efficiency. Why are they changing skills? Like, why would you even touch these? Skills are like hurting anyway. They're still like not in the same zone as everything else. Like, don't touch these. Like, this is just don't. Just don't. Like, status effect, sure. Electric, sure. Like, this also is a meaningless change. Like, if anybody ever notices that, I'll give them a cookie. But yeah. The Cheskas getting changed. Man, that's gonna be so many builds we're gonna have to touch. Because so am I looking weird, or is this just the ones that they changed? So Fenris isn't in here. Does that mean they didn't change Fenris at all? So Fenris is still 10 AR damage? I'm guessing so, because Sokolov is staying 10 SMG damage. But that basically means that, yeah, we're just gonna swap to that most likely. Because yeah, this is 6.5 is also just a weird number. Also like 8.33 status effect. Yeah. Also, actually, yeah, Usina going to 30% hazard protection just on the 3-piece. Like, that does change a few builds, but yeah. The crit and... But yeah, it's just hitting crits and headshots and crit damages. Crit chances and damages, and then headshot damages. So, specific weapon damage, if that's staying at 10%, like, that's going to be likely the go-to. Although still maybe Cheska, because it is still 6.5 over 6 of a mod or stat. So yeah. But yeah, this is a weird choice. I'm not completely against it. But yeah, it's just, it feels change for the sake of change. This doesn't really per se change that much. So yeah, of course, we're gonna have to swap out a lot of Cheskas. Yeah, let me catch up on chat for a second, as I was kind of in there. Oh, so it's almost a little on. They could change some things. No, we don't deliver. I mean, the game is about getting gear and stuff as well. So honestly, I'm not per se against just going out and having to kind of refarm some stuff. It's not like it's hard anyway for a lot of items. Because honestly as well, not that much changes. Like the Striker is still going to be up there. Although if Heartbreaker gets that buff, it's gonna surpass Striker. Let's answer these changes. Answer for these changes. Yep, it was me that forced them, of course. Let me get you on the other end. Carbine 7 M4 update. I haven't seen what they've changed about them. I did see the Carbine 7 number was wrong though. The Carbine 7 had like in the hundreds of thousands of base damage, so that one's like wrong. But actually, one of the things I kind of want to do is maybe do a start at like parsing the numbers into a burst and sustain tables and seeing what happens. Yeah, no worries, man. I mean, people just, yeah. Because yeah, keep for those jumping in, I haven't actually, like, I'm kind of catching up. I got to read a little bit, but literally like a little bit, because I had like 10 minutes of break. Actually, let's have some food over there. I still need to eat a little bit. I'm big the notes were so much. Yeah, that was my surprise. The surprise for me as well. Also, I saw weapon mods and stuff being touched. A lot of, a lot of stuff. It's good to see them actually try at the very least. Even though I don't agree with everything, but some things I agree. Like I'm actually not against the striker changes or anything like that. And either Gustavo. It's going to be interesting to use Heartbreaker. Yeah, Heartbreaker is gonna like currently for especially with I saw obliterates getting changed as well. I don't remember actually what this number became, but started going sub 20. Heartbreaker is gonna overtake because I think I didn't see vigilance. I think I also tried to like control F for vigilance and didn't see any changes to vigilance, and that means that Heartbreaker is gonna overtake, especially with that 1.3 buff. Like that one is the weirdest to me. Like why would you buff Heartbreaker, which was already just like Heartbreaker was like 10 to 15% at most behind Striker, and then it caught up. Well, it was like 18% behind, and then it would caught up to like 12% behind, 13% behind with Flatline. Versus although of course on Striker you can just also put Flatline, but. So yeah, Bighorn, pretty big buff to it. I also saw that, yeah, they're kind of touching mods a lot. It's weird that they didn't give this crit chance, because honestly, I mean, 20 stability here is a factor. I mean, this is a 50% buff to its talent. I'd be curious to see talent-wise if it kind of... Like, talent was never bad. Oh yeah, 10% more stability will help it, but actually touching its recoil. And yeah, I saw this one. 15 crit chance, 15 crit damage Elmo. But then I also saw this. Eagle Bearer going to 15 crit chance and 20 crit damage. Like, why are you nerfing the Elmo and then putting the Eagle Bearer in its place? Like, what are we doing? This shouldn't be this, because Eagle Bearer was already kind of up there. This makes, at the very least for now, Eagle Bearer kind of, like, from what I've seen, Eagle Bearer is kind of taking the cake. Eagle Bearer is going into that spot where Alma was. One nice thing though as well, these are both now on 15 crit chance, so you don't have to like set up the build differently for Elmo than an Eagle Bearer than just high-end weapons. You still do need to for the Bighorn though, because that's actually one of the things as well, just having it be. But yeah, Eagle Bearer, but also yeah, it depends kind of, because yeah, they did balance changes to the underlying weapon, so we need to kind of look at those. Let's actually go a little bit quicker here, because yeah, I said Chameleon is just getting reductions. This 20 leg shots, that's actually kind of nice, because you can really quickly now get that thing. Although that was still 30. Like, that wasn't that bad. Lady Death, what is Lady Death even getting? Crit chance? 5 crit chance, 10 crit damage? No, 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage. That, as if that was the issue the Lady Death had. Max ice, like this is the lady that put Lady Death at like 45 rounds or something. Backfire, I saw this as well, yeah. So we're going, instead of 200, we're basically going to 100, and every hit is 2 crit now. This is actually a decent buff to the backfire. It kind of depends what the MPX is, because with all of these, it really matters what the underlying weapon is changing to. But yeah, we also have a crit chance increase, also going to 15. So this by itself will have 21 plus 15 as a high end in the same way. And then on top of that, 15 crit damage. I don't think they understand how powerful mods still are. Because keep in mind that like this versus just the high end, like it kind of still depends on the MPX. But the high end can only have this plus a damage talent. This is already eating into that damage talent of something else, because you're starting with just base 15 crit damage, and then on top of that this. Yeah, not a fan. And yeah, this is also going from 20 to 25, still for 5 stacks, right? Yeah, so now you can go to 125 stacks instead of double. I wonder if this will get carried over into Descent. That'll be interesting. Yeah, let me catch up on chat for a second. And thanks, Metal, for subscribing there. Much appreciated. Keeping it going for 5 months. Yeah, glad you like the content enough to waste some money on me. That's the case. Starting every season sounds unsustainable. I wouldn't think so. I think one of the things I kind of feel about this is they didn't holistically do it. They just changed a bunch of stuff into a new meta, but then, or like the new like top lines, but then the things that were in the top line are just getting pushed below. It's kind of like, you know, people separately did the work. So it kind of feels like that. But again, as well with these, we need to know what their base weapon underneath gets as changes, because, you know, as always, like that's the glimpse of Orion. And yeah, there is indeed the Orion there coming up. New best exotic assumption. Out of this ones, at least the backfire already even looks still better than Chatterbox. Chatterbox issue is not like having 10 crit damage more and having 5% per stack more. Like it has other issues. Well, thanks so much, General. Let me catch up on the other one. Every weapon is changed. Yeah, I saw that mostly like every weapon is going to change. Ridiculous changes. We haven't even seen them yet. Could you kind of just keep your judgment until we've actually seen them? Because also with these as well, it kind of depends what they're underlying. The two of those things kind of go together. That's why we always have to look at them. Be nice all up to. Yeah, we'll catch up on what the weapon changes are. If you think that there is not going to be a meta in like 2 days after this comes out, I have bad news for you. But yeah, the meta is just going to shift. Like that's what happens when changes happen. Like in like 2 days, we'll know what the newer metas are. Like that's not gonna. Also, keep in mind that all of these are preliminary. Everything is subject to change. Have seen many a times that changes or things being introduced for PTS getting changed before them reaching the game. So if you know, so there is no nothing is set in stone, and they do change quite a bit going from PTS to live. But then as well, these would go in, or well, some of these would go in with next season. So I'm making a real nigga just for players and kind of some not work. If you believe that, I have no rebuttal for you, but also I disagree fully. It would be good to have some balance done, but yeah, we'll have to kind of see. The thing is with changes as well, like we'll figure out what the new meta is basically pretty quickly. Also, yeah, the thing says plus 14 weapon damage. I'm guessing that's the base weapon damage. But then is that already on the P90? We'll see. What about the Ouroboros? It getting minus 10 rounds is an interesting choice. It going down a little bit. That rate of fire is still like it'll still be the top SMG by a long shot. It might no longer be the top gun by all metrics. Kind of as well depends, because again the base weapon underneath it might have had some changes as well, nerfing it more. Others made the same mistake. Well, good for them. What is meta? Meta is generally what we call the general picks made by the community. it stems from meta-analysis. It stems from us as a community looking holistically at the whole thing that we can do, and then going opportunity cost wise, this is the best choice for a certain thing. So for instance, now Striker is the general meta for use. But yeah, when we call something meta, we mean just as a community, we've decided this is the thing to choose for a certain thing. And that's damage points in this one. Yeah, let's keep going because there's a lot of them. Iron Lung. This one is also weird. So it's keeping 20 crit damage, but that's just getting shifted to one mod, right? And then it's getting 10 crit chance, but then it's also losing 10 weapon damage. It's kind of weird. Blue screen, yeah, 20% rate of fire instead of 10% rate of fire is not going to really save this thing. But yeah, I said this one as well, Bullet King. So Bullet King is now 15 crit chance on there. Plus you can put, because they haven't touched third stats, right? So now LMGs and SMGs are going to be much more usable because crit chance is much rarer. And this is also getting plus 10 weapon damage. Kind of depends on what the Negev underneath happens with that. But yeah, Bullet King actually, that is maybe too much for it. Ruthless Merciless, yeah, no. Nobody cares. Vindicator going from 40 to 60. This actually, yeah, we could just plug this into the calculation sheet we had for it. And yeah, Scorpio, as kind of expected at some point, if you're gonna nerf Elmo, if you're gonna nerf Oreo, it's actually surprising that they know that the Scorpio kind of needs to go as well. So yeah, it's basically getting a +2 to everything. So Poison is going from 1 to 3, and then Disorient is going from 3 to 6. Actually, yeah, that's kind of +3 there. Shock is going from 6 to 9, and then 7 used to be the +20%, and now that's on 10. Scorpio is still going to be fine. It kind of depends as well on the underlying changes to the weapons underneath. Catharsis getting a +1, like going from 1 to 1.5%, going from 30 to 45. Weapon damage is, yeah. I mean, the Catharsis already gets used in PvP and stuff, so. And then this was weird. So I tried understanding this, but so very fresh batch of named weapons will be added to the loot pool for missions and mission bosses. Here's what you need to know. The original loot tables will remain unchanged, but now will include additional opportunities to obtain the newly added items. The newly added items. Right? Okay, so it's not new items. Okay, so it's just these items have been added. Okay, I think I misunderstood that part. Drop rate, they are not guaranteed rewards. I mean, so yeah, the likelihood of these weapons dropping will increase with the difficulty level of the mission. These new loot drop chances will be exclusively available for characters at level 40 or above. Importantly, these changes will not apply to invaded missions and are limited to the regular mission. So yeah, so easier ways of getting some of the names. Will the missions, they then need to do a graphic that shows which mission has which. I'm hoping they've done that. Yeah, let me catch up again. Get some attention again. Same here. I'd rather them try stuff. And sometimes even change for the sake of change is, I'm not per se against that. Just to balance things out and stuff. And actually, well, kind of depends on a lot of those exotics. It also depends on their underlying weapon. But yeah, they've definitely touched the few that, yeah, kind of where outliers have gone down. The 3, especially Elmo, Oreo, and Scorpio, have been touched. So But it's weird then giving a buff to Eagle Bearer, for instance, because it kind of depends as well with the underlying weapons. But like with the old numbers, now Eagle Bearer would be the top weapon. But we need to see the new numbers as well. Well, so yeah, no, Chatterbox is still not going to beat the beat the Oreo, even with 10 lands less. Just because of conditionality. Like, Chatterbox is just, it's not a bad weapon, but it's too much of a hassle generally. Like, honestly, what they should have done, because if they didn't, right? Like, my idea always was for Chatterbox, just make it do 75% of the kills refill still 50% of your magazine. Like, that is the part that kind of I feel needed to go up to for it to be actually generally usable. Okay, so we have a bunch of weapons that are getting added, or actually are just all weapons? Yeah. Are there any DZ weapons in here? No. No. Just all light zone weapons. Anyway, so just extra chances at getting them. Oh, backup boomstick. I'm gonna guess they accidentally put that in there because that's the only one in there that is a DZ item. Because yeah, backup boomstick is a DZ item, so that's in Federal Emergency Bunker. Not that matters much, but I'm guessing they just accidentally added that in. Yeah, let me catch up real quick and then we'll go keep going. Change Scorpio, nah. Although Scorpio is still gonna be like the one of the better picks because it still can do stuff that no other shotgun can. 3 vector got weaker. Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at because I saw there were some weapon tables. Scorpio, was that shotgun art? Yeah, the one we use way too much. Taking is Walker Asylum again. It's a Chainkiller and Matador and maybe that's worth it then build to. I generally don't use much of Walker and Harris, just other brands that generally get more use than it. But yeah, the ones you listed, Chainkiller, Matador are kind of usable. Chainkiller for hotshot builds, Matador for like DZ/PvP builds can be used. But I generally don't make use of any like 1-piece or 2-piece Walker Harris just because you have better bonuses than those. Did Walker and Harris didn't get touched, right? Okay, damn it. Wait, why isn't Walker and Harris getting touched actually? Like, you bring that up here. Huh. Like, I would have totally taken Walker and Harris to like 7% on the first. Yeah, let's scroll back to where we were. Known issues. Okay, we've reached the end. Terrified things. Okay, there's just issues, known issues for the thing. Strega. Okay, I haven't seen this thing yet. Then. Oh wait, was I on the right one there? Yeah. Yeah, let's have a quick look at the known stuff because I'll need to know this far. So, for the new gear sets aren't in there. Target loot menu, no weaves. The exotics have issues. Street overlay missing on Mega Map? How does that even happen? Remove 10 stacks of stellite coating per bullet. What even is stellite coating? Is that from Breaking Point, I'm gonna guess? Loud corrupted sound is heard after player leaves a group in Dark Zone. Okay. Yeah, just Just a jump scare. Okay, so we've seen those, but yeah, there's 2 more of these. Yeah, and yeah, I saw this. Holy shit! But also I saw this. So so most of these numbers are 5 digits, and then you come by the Carbine 7, and it's 6. I'm curious to see what I'm gonna guess is maybe that 1 isn't double, but yeah, if like that means it's basically at 10 times a more. Yeah. There we go. Let's group of summer get weaker. Just class. Oh yeah, indeed. A lot of the brands getting touched. Will be S tier. I don't think. Well, let's go. Maybe you know what? Let's have a peek at SMGs. Actually, let's open it in a new tab so we don't have that thing at the bottom. Vector 45 is getting a nerf, so I don't think it's going to, you know, because yeah, who are the winners here? Because yeah, the Dark Winter is a Vector 45, so I'm gonna take a no already on that one. I really need more. Didn't get touched last time. Last time the Vector 45 did not get touched. Split passion, there were like 3-4 entries, right? That's going to, it might be easier to read that. Yeah, I just want to read it from here. Because also most of these I just want to like kind of see the picture. Let's just as well. Crazy on the perfect weapon. Oh, yeah, there was also some talent changes, right? Yeah, we'll see it in a second. Yeah, let's go actually start with ARs. Let's just start at the top. Let's see who the big winners and the big losers are. So ACR, why is ACR getting a reduction? It's getting a reload buff. What? Why is the TKB suddenly a 211 reload? This already reads a little weird. Because, wait, AK is barely losing anything. It's losing some range, but that's not a big issue. So ACR is losing a tiny bit. AKMs are, oh, this is the 2 crit chance mod one. This is the 3 crit chance mod one. So yeah, this is also barely, this is losing less than 1k. AUG is getting a tiny buff. AUG would have needed more than this. Oh, actually, it's getting a max size increase. What? To 42. Wait, the F2000 is getting a max size reduction? What? Why? You just increased the max size. Like 2 seasons ago. Carbine 7049. Oh, it's like actually getting one of the faster reloads. So wait, what is now the like one of the slower reloads? So it's still the AKs. Hamas. Oof. But wait, why increase its damage then and then? I'm gonna enjoy my fast hand FAMASs quite a bit. Actually, so this is a tiny increase, but actually, yeah. So this going to 42 is quite a lot. 49 from 47, 49 from 45. But yeah, it's losing 50 RPM. It's losing that increased mag. It's losing reload, and it's gaining. I wonder what the thinking here is. Fall losing damage, but gaining RPM, but not getting its max HE. Okay. So it's gaining more in RPM than it's losing in damage. So FAMAS, I mean, it's like 1k to its base, and then it's like losing its reload, but my fast hands FAMAS says thank you. Because this is still likely going to be the king of the hill. Then, although, well, it kind of depends. This is also F2000 is gaining more in damage and losing in RPM, I think, here, percentage wise. Honey Badger also losing its extra mag. Also, Cetar losing its extra mag. But then why they're giving the AUG then? I thought they would, maybe they were just trying to make everything at 30 max size, but guess not. G36 going back to its old RPM, but with the damage. It's so weird. This just reads weird. I have no idea. Let me actually catch up here, maybe. That's what I'm gonna. Before you do, I mean, likely the increase. Well, no, the increase to the Carbine 7 is still going to be mid range, and I'm already looking at the G36, and yeah. We're gonna put these numbers maybe in a minute into the burst and sustain table. Actually, look at their burst and sustain, as you can I'm kind of now looking just kind of from previous knowledge and then seeing which ones they've changed. And then get the sour and after moments nobody uses, but buffing opens people barely use, but I mean that's generally how buffing and nerfing works. Usually you know, if things get overused, they kind of get a nerf. The only outlier is FAMAS there. Or wait. Oh, you're saying it the other way around, yeah. Although no, outside of the FAMAS, but the thing is, I think actually the F2000 is going above it. We'll see in a second. But actually, a lot of the other changes do kind of make sense. It's more just like I'm looking at that F2000 losing its max size that it just added. Like then had these changes then. But actually, this looks like it's been done by somebody who knows what a burst and sustain table is. Actually, has the Honey Badger. The Honey Badger no longer has the same RPM as its Carbine 7 base thing. M4 gaining a tiny bit and also getting a better reload. It's interesting that now a lot of these reloads are a lot more closer to each other. Because also this isn't... Where are they getting these numbers from? Because this is not true at all. M4 is 2.5 at base. Because these are this is our watch numbers. This is with the 10% reload from the watch. But then the AKs would be 2.4 together with M4 and oh, yeah. Let's not ask questions we don't want answers to. So wait, before 16 is getting a rate of fire increase again with a tiny reduction here. If the Eagle Bearer has this same numbers, Eagle Bearer is the new king. Scar is moving up. Sig is moving up. CTAR is moving up-ish, but it's losing reloads. And TKB is going neck and neck with the AKs. Why would you even do it like this then? With a faster reload. Like, this is actually a buff to the Kingbreaker, kind of. 5k versus 50 RPM. I mean, we'll just have to see, won't we? Yeah, let's have a quick peek at the other ones. Just quicker than this, because, yeah, let's get through this. I kind of want to watch part of their video and then maybe input some of these. Okay, the PVE. They mostly balance around PVE. I mean, yeah, some stuff isn't needed. Martin says there. It's almost just retcons, basically. Project Resolve. Oh, this is Project Resolver. The resolving. Yeah, the revengeance. If you do something else in the interface, I think I read in there. Oh, that would be nice. That would be just so nice. I mean, they kind of need to as well if they're doing it like the way that they're altering it there. Because yeah, we were going into indeed just one digit, and that was never really good enough. Seems like I have a lot of work to do. Yeah, I was kind of looking at it and going, ooh. This is like, if it's, I mean, we're definitely gonna get a lot of this. Hopefully, some things I'm not like sold on. Maybe they'll change them. Like, mostly just that Heartbreaker buff. Heartbreaker does not. If you're trying to balance strikers down, strikers are already going below Heartbreaker. Don't then buff Heartbreaker into like old. Yeah. I'm getting Carbine 7 tattoo tonight. Yep, just jump deep in. At least I know what we should do. That's changed for better. It's gonna work as well. The thing is gonna resolve. No. Project Resolve fixed a bunch of stuff. Some not as much, but if you guys just want to be negative about it, what do you guys well? Like, you know it as well. You likely burned yourself out on the game, and that's fine. Like, no game is made to be played infinitely, and a lot of us have done that through the ages. But if you're coming at it with just full negativity, like you are there, yeah, of course you're not gonna have a good time with it. If you're going in it with a mindset of I'm just here to hate, like, I would just recommend not even like not even booting up at that point. But the thing is that as well is like, I'm not like going like fuck off or anything. It's just time to move on. There is, you know, there is only so much game there to be had. I enjoy the game still every day. I play it still every day. And honestly, we're way better now after Project Resolve than we were before. So that is my opinion on that. As I said in the webinar section, has been updated showcase. Still this one. Oh, okay. So yeah, I missed that like me. And indeed, ongoing and negotiators. But both of them are tiny. Or well, not tiny. But ongoing is going to become kind of a build we're going to just generally run in a 4-man, because it's good enough to run for its buff onto the other builds, and then now it's a little bit more powerful itself. And also it gets helped by, because we can put that chest in now, so we can go without the backpack. We can go Coyote plus the backpack, or like a high-end backpack. So that helps it a lot as well. But ongoing is taking a big step up in the I should be repeating. Yeah. When it changes, things get stone. Yeah. So honestly, for a lot of the changes, I'm perfectly like on board with. Heartbreaker one just stands out to me as like a weird one. But honestly, from all of the gear sets, that was really the only one. Because even like have like hardwired going to like half of a second or half a second, 5 seconds for seeker spam. Yeah, that's I mean that's going to be really good for the people that can kind of like get that out, but that's not going to be, it'll never be a general meta because people are too lazy to make it work. Just for changing weapon attributes, there's no these changes. I wouldn't agree with that at all. Like these seem to actually be done by people that kind of understand burst and sustain DPS. Like I need to put them in tables and stuff, but I think just looking at the AR one earlier, I think the spread between weapons is much smaller now. So I would completely disagree with your assessment there that it's just there's no logic behind it. Let's go. Check out the one yet. Galvanize. I mean, Scorpio Galvanize is still going to be one of the easier ways of triggering Galvanize anyway. Like that's not even that big of a change. Damage spur goes way more else. Yeah, we'll have to kind of see. I don't know if we'll release somebody. Over to and see how much secret chance helps it. Yeah, it kind of depends on the base weapon as well. We'll have to kind of look at it in a second. So what's the negative? PlayStation. And just with and thanks, sir. Yeah, indeed. Like the thing is as well, just go into it. Like here's well, like I'm not completely agreeing with every change and stuff. But still, like coming at it just as a full narrative, because also keep in mind, this is PTS. This is all preliminary. This is all subject to change. Like nothing is going into the game, and like yet it's going into PTS, and these are their plans. But keep in mind, for instance, they changed Oreo. They changed Breaking Point. Breaking Point, like the change wasn't that good. It was PTS, but they at least bumped it up, likely in the easiest way that they could. Like they could, like actually changing its mechanics would have been more work than they had the ability to. Come on as well, for instance, yeah, Project Resolves and stuff. The first layer of it kind of had some issues, and then they helped it with the second layer for the balances and stuff. So they do listen and they try their best to kind of. Linking this before the 7. Yeah, no, he wasn't actually. I would love for him to actually come back. I don't remember his name, but yeah. So a lot of the things that he said was wrong. So either he definitely had access to this information, but he got so many things wrong. So first of all, like one of his things was we're getting like 5 times on all the other mods except crit chance, which I laughed at. That didn't happen. Like crit damage is going to 10 from 5. Like that's not times 5. Also, what was his very final thing that he said? Tip of the spear and ongoing directive new meta. Like if you actually had all the notes, if you actually had the entire information, like that is a dumb thing. So yeah, he knew some things, and that also means that he either broke his NDA, which is unlikely. Because if he actually had access, he would have known better. But likely somebody in confidence told him those things, and he broke somebody else's NDA, which also is not cool. Average, numbers, average. Okay. I'm gonna guess somebody already did the calculations on them. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in my burst and sustain tables in a second. When I change for the good for version, not from the good. I agree with you, Winneville there. For I was kind of looking. Actually, I haven't seen yet what was so likely in the video it'll say what actually happened to seasonal characters, but I think they just completely cut them, didn't they? Oh, I know. Yeah. Got them earlier. Okay. Yeah. Already just from kind of, taking previous knowledge and just seeing what is getting pushed up and pushed down, it seems to be closer together, which kind of leads me to believe it's done at least by somebody who took it to the step of actually making a burst and sustain table and kind of looking at it from that perspective, or maybe even time to kill or something. It's been done by somebody that's kind of like it doesn't seem random to me at all, as somebody else was alleging earlier. Base weapon no build for spread top to the burst was 9%. Yeah, we'll kind of do it in a second as well. Which weapon I should use if I mean, well, from this I would go Kingbreaker. Kingbreaker seems to have moved up quite a bit. Yeah, I wouldn't mind I don't remember what the guy's name was either, but I would love him to show up because I had a bunch of things wrong as well. So we're gonna pull up his chat history when he does and give him a grade, because I think it's still below like 6 on things he got right. And I feel like I have to learn. I mean, not much. In the end of the day, you have to remember that we can just, we'll just recalculate stuff out, and then we'll start the community up. We'll just start grinding out a new meta, basically. And like we'll get to so it's 120 still spread for sure, but that's oh yeah, but that's still actually that's quite a reduction between max and I mean, yeah, definitely the things that left behind seem to have been fixed here. Let's actually quickly because I'm curious as well about LMGs, especially. Also, now we have to kind of deal with rifles, because yeah, I already saw the rifles getting out of fire. It's an interesting change on their part. Let's actually open the other ones as well in that way, because we'll need them in that way anyway. Survival. Oh yeah, in MMRs as well. So here we're mostly more concerned about base, and so SR went down again. Model 700 kind of went down again, or yeah, to this, and then the classic M44 is this one, yeah. So this went up. So yeah, we now have to kind of check again between these two, like the White Death against the Model 700 on Hotshot. Although actually, so because here's the thing, the M44, because this is then the hunting M44, I'm guessing. So this is the other one which doesn't have the where you can only put a side thingy, right? This is that one, likely. Because the SRSs are going down. That's weird as well. 308s is going down. Because this kind of reads as White Death is the way to go again. Shoot guns. And Because let's actually not spend way too much time here, but just a brief kind of look on each of these. But I'll keep them open, and then we'll just, because yeah, honestly, until we kind of turn them into burst and sustain tables, it's kind of it's not too easy anyway. Let's actually put them in the order that I have them in generally. So pistols in front of that. So, ARs, SMG, LMG, rifle, shotgun, pistol. Actually, that is my order, right? Yeah, 4 is rifle. So yeah, SMGs as well. So wait, actually, so Banshee's going down. Wait, Banshee's going down on both stats. That's a big drop. Hawk as well. I'm guessing they're in general putting SMGs down a little bit. Because the MP7 as well. Oh, by a lot. MPX is actually coming, like in comparison to the Banshee, is coming up towards it, but I'm gonna guess 200 rate of fire. These sub 2 reloads are interesting though. A 1.7 reload. All right. Actually, this is going down. This one's going down. So vector 9 is going up. Wait, why does the vector... What? Why does the vector 9 have more base damage than the vector 45 with more base? Yeah, although, well, it has a shitty reload. That's why. But then still, this with fast hands. Like... UMP lost way more than it gained. UMP? Really? UMP is then the bottom now then, right? Although actually Tommy Gun lost more than it gained in RPM. SMG 9, SMG. So 125 plus here, although yeah, really bad reloads. Do because actually the SMG 9A2 is really high up there now. Although likely as well the and yeah, the MB5s lost their 8 mag that they got with Project Resolve. This doesn't look too bad either. I don't remember exactly where the MP5 was. Let me catch up to a lot of this as I'm way behind again. Some G9 might be good, yeah. I'll have to put them in a thing. On the list. Yeah, that's on a separate list. We already went through. Actually, no, we haven't gone through the weapons yet. We went through the gear sets. Actually, that was always. I need an aces and eights finally coming to rifles. Indeed, White Death might be coming in. Actually, it's on the MMRs. Because yeah, indeed, there is the custom on 44. But then what is the... Or is it this M44 then? Because it's the carbine M44 in the game. We can have a look here on the MMR with the current carbine. Because yeah, that one's, yeah, it's classic M44 carbine. That's what it's called. So 423 was that one. 423 was that one. So if we go here, not here, 423. Oh, it's just gotten 10. Okay. But yeah, it's still the highest thing here because yeah, the model 700 are the model 700 is dropping by a lot. It's only like 10k ahead of it in base. So as our S's are going out again. But yeah, let's actually go back to, so yeah, SMG wise, we'll have to kind of do the charts fully, but just already as a LMG is getting mostly numbers up. That is weird. So GR9, 2K. Oh, actually, wait, was there headshot damages on the other ones? No, right? No. So they're fixing up the MG5s. MG5s always had more headshot than the rest of the weapons, so they're fixing that. Although keep in mind that the SMG9 is 2 mods or 2 crit chance mods, so you're losing a crit chance mod. It's the A2 that has all the mods. It's pretty inconsistent. Just, you know, I mean, well, no, the thing is, you will on Cheska losing 2.5 crit chance. Just keep in mind that now Cheska is basically the same as a stat. So, likely we'll go to, so for instance, even on Striker and stuff, we'll go to Fenris, like specific weapon damage, Fenris's and Sokolovs and stuff. And indeed, you guys were right with the M44 being the custom M44. Although, yeah, in my defense, of course, the other one is called Classic M44, so. Yeah, the Banshee seems kind of out of it. Let's see the other numbers there. Versus Vector is PV19. Is that what the base max size is of there? Because keep in mind that, yeah, the Vector, or of course the PV has like a built-in mag where the rest just gets the plus 20 mag. I mean, this isn't getting out of expertise anyway. I mean, gives you something to do, right? But yeah, things change. I mean, we had it already a few seasons ago with Project Resolve. There's one old white there, yeah. Although I would much prefer the. Although that kind of depends as well. If any of the max weapon or mag size MRs can still do one-shot stuff, then honestly, I'm just gonna stick with them. That's actually doing pretty nice, better than what often. That might be the case, but it's still like, especially now, crit chance is going to be more at a premium. So the SMG, like the SMG9, was always already higher than the SMG9A2, but then yeah, you're giving up 1 crit chance. That's why eventually we'll need to like do it in the same way we did before, with also putting all of the bases and stuff and actually putting it on build. Yeah, let's have a look here at LMGs. MG5 getting buffs all around. Although while losing that, it's tiny. Like this is 1k. This is less than 1k. This is like 500, which isn't that much. But yeah, losing that headshot modifier that had that 85 instead of 65 of everything else in the LMG category. Stoner getting a decent buff, which it needed. I'm gonna guess actually this is now pretty compact. And I already saw this as well. Yeah, the M249 getting 300 rate of fire and then losing a ton of base. I'm gonna guess they're just moving it up to be Although this is actually kind of nice. Like this will be decent as well then for stacking and stuff, because it's higher rate of fire. Because it's now higher rate of fire than than MG5. Where's the Negev? 54,750. So yeah, we kind of need to calculate this, because this will likely also then be the basis of the Bullet King. The Bullet King actually looked kind of interesting there. M60. 100 it's actually getting lower, right? Yeah, just barely. Because yeah, it's gaining RPM, but it's losing more, I think, in its base. RPK gaining in base but losing in RPM. Also, wow, that reload speed got that reload speed got hit. Also, his mag size got hit. Huh. That's odd. New reliable still will likely be okay, but yeah, going from 3 to 4.18 base reload. Also, LA-D6 just getting nerfed all around, so it's getting nerfed by a lot. What? Why? Like LA-D6 was the top burster, but RPK wasn't that far behind. This reads to me as basically still a tiny increase on burst, but yeah, of course, that reload is going to hurt its sustain, but fast hands exists even with, 60 round mag. Although 60 round mag isn't that much anymore now, at least it was 70. We catch up again on chat a little. 28 sustain. I mean, yeah, it's getting such a shorter reload. It's getting a reload that is kind of, it has the old reload basically of RPK. And it's not like infantry MG5s were hurting. It's going to be the... okay. Would the Elmo get a buff with the mag reduction? No. So it basically lost 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage, and 10 mag. So it's it didn't fare well. It's definitely now outclassed by a lot of things around it. As long as it kind of still depends on its base weapon as well, not getting, but M4 is getting moved up, but yeah, it's still going to be behind a lot of other things. Let's keep in mind as well, basically, it used to have a 20, because also it's losing even 10 weapon handling as well. It used to, like, kind of, because of its mods, the talent didn't matter, but now, of course, you can have a talent. Like, you have 15 crit chance, and then you have basically, even on a M4, basically, you have, if it has the same base stats as it, which, in the past used to be the case, we'll see with the changes here. But now, of course, on the M4, like, you're competing against that 10 weapon handling and 15 crit damage with a weapon talent, which can do much more than that. Is the Pestilence back? Actually, the M249, well, it kind of depends on, we have to see actually on PTS. I won't be around tomorrow, the entire day. I'll be around on Saturday in the afternoon, again. But best would be M249, and actually this base would hurt it a lot, actually, looking at it now. Because, yeah, it doesn't care that much. Well, I mean, RPM for the stacking, like, it would stack faster. I actually would have to see how that works out. Because if it gets the same base and RPM changes as the M249, you would stack faster, but the cap would be so much lower. Because the cap is based on this base weapon damage, and then your weapon damage, and then total weapon damage. And then amps like glass. So yeah, we would have to actually see how that kind of works out. But yeah, it's kind of getting the backfire treatment. less higher bounds, but a faster stacking. I was gonna remember so maybe the worst is it could be outclassed. It will likely be outclassed. Like losing 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage. Because yeah, you can just get stuff out of M4. If it's the same base damages and stuff, we have to also check those because they were up to this point, but already they've been, you know, especially Project Resolve unlinked a bunch of weapons from their base. Because of course, like even in the LMGs, Pestilence didn't get the buff, but the M249s did. That 20%. The window's coming out. That seems like a great buff. But I actually haven't read the full, because it's also likely getting a talent buff, then I'm guessing. Just for them to nerf, just OG Eagle Bears. Well, on the other hand, it seems like the Eagle Bear is coming back in style. So would you say the top 3 ARs will be? That's hard to tell from that alone. Well, we'll have to kind of put it into tables and stuff. Because on this, of course, it doesn't. They haven't given us burst and sustain numbers and stuff. That's what we actually use to compare. To make the M1A and auto, they're just doing all the rifles, right? So it's a rifle, so why not? How many asks do we nerf? Wait, do you think that M1A is a nerf to have it be auto? Because you can still, like, it's firing so slowly that you can just still click fire it like a pistol. And still get... I'm gonna guess it's all the M1As, actually. I would think just all rifles and stuff, like... It would be weird if they left some behind. This way, no. This is where this is going. Well, you have a long wait in front of you, but yeah, if you just want to wait for Div 3, then feel free to do so. I'm gonna go enjoy this game, like whenever it comes in, whenever these changes come in. 1886 not becoming out. Okay. Oh, we'll see. Well, we'll see what PTS. Yeah, I'll catch up on the pistols in a second. Oh, is this or is ahead of D50? Whatever is the highest we'll use. Actually, I wouldn't mind that. I really dislike the D50s jumping side to side. Would it be better to take a venture person to get overwhelmed? You know, do you have to put them in GMD to do? No, that's it. To get an average of burst and thing to get average. You can't really like you can't really merge those two because honestly you just need both of the numbers. One is the lower bound, one is the higher bound. So trying to merge them in some way really doesn't. You kind of just you're losing specificity. So you're just losing clarity. You're much better off having both the numbers and kind of then comparing together. Trying to combine them together to get like a combined number or such is, yeah, it doesn't work out well. Because you would still have to, because if you just do it 1-to-1, it's still going to bias towards the burst because that's just a bigger number. If you then try to like, I've tried it actually in the past of trying to like, you know, have like 70% of the sustain number and then like 30% of the burst number or stuff like that. But yeah, it doesn't really give meaningful, easy to parse data. Well, Ravenous time it kind of depends. We won't actually like on a lot of these. We just have to actually like do the calculations and stuff. Because yeah, Raven I saw as well as going full auto. I actually likely Rav now because Rav's burst like we already had. Oh well, they've likely changed it as well. But yeah, let's actually keep going through these. But then yeah, so yeah, L86 is really losing. RPK is Now just you have to fast hands or near reliable it. It's weird that the MG5 are moving up, but yeah, we'll see kind of how they actually land up. Rifles, ACRSS. Why is the ACRSS getting pummeled here? Is the LVO okay? Okay. AKM. This is the ruthless, merciless. But it's weird for them to put AKM here because yeah, there is no AKM rifle. It's only as the base in there because of the ruthless and merciless. UIC getting quite the buff. ACR is going down by like 10%. It's going up by 10%. I get the feeling UIC is kind of landing high. Classic M1A getting bumped up by a lot. And getting a reload speed. And yeah, M1A CQB is getting... It's weird that they're putting M1A variants because the SOCOM and the M1A CQB do not have the same, currently the same base damage. I'm hoping they actually combine them together again because they should be the same base damage. It's a thing they forgot on TU10. Lightweight M4 losing like 10%, LVOC losing 10%, well, a little less than 10%. MDR losing a little. Why? Mark 47 losing a little. It's a tiny bit. It's not that much. Actually, it's getting some reload in return. Also, we're getting actually different because yeah, most rifles are basically 50 or 60 outside of. Actually, UIC was also low. Okay, but yeah, the MDR was always lower than the rest. The 1896 was lower than the rest, and yeah, actually, I totally didn't remember that the UIC and Mark 16 were. But most of the other rifles were 50 and 60, but now we're getting like different ranges for them actually. Will that matter? Not particularly, honestly. It's interesting that the MDR is going from 28 being one of the lowest range rifle to 60 being, shared highest with the UIC. This UIC kind of looks actually, because if a lot of the top weapons are getting moved down by 10% and this is moving up by 10%, it's going to move up and meet them. But this is already as well. This is like 15%. So, Scar getting 800, okay. Well, Scar will then still be... Wait, max size to 10? What? Why? So yeah, now we go from 10 to 20s. Or well, you can't do the stability mag anymore. You kind of have to do the plus 20 mag, taking it to 30. SIG losing barely anything, like 1k there, not even. 60 QB gaining a little bit, but yeah, that's not enough for it to matter still. USC losing a bit, and 1886 gaining 100k almost, like yeah, less, like 80k. This will be cool for the Heartbreaker tech tanks, or the Headhunter tech tanks. Like this will make using 1886 for determined so much. They didn't touch determined, by the way, did they? At all in all this, right? Or did they? Let me catch up. I mean, yeah, it's just getting a base increase. That reload difference of it isn't gonna. But yeah, USC actually kind of looks like it's going like pretty high. It was already as well one of the easier weapons to use in there. So, although we have to also see how they kind of work full auto. Changing just determined or hat under. Yeah, that's weird actually. Like I was kind of looking at it as that. Also, we'll have to see. I'm guessing. Well, rifles did need in general to be moved down a tiny bit if they're going full auto, because they had kind of like built in a little bit of a buffer, because yeah, if you macroed them, you could actually get a lot out of rifles. So I'm kind of curious as well, kind of how they land now, and especially against, of course, ARs, because they're going to compete directly against ARs. None of them have RPM changes. But honestly, one of the things that's going to happen here, because especially these, like the ACR, the UIC, and stuff like that at 30 round mags with a plus 20 mag, competing against ARs, like the ammo conservation of these things is like, especially for things like ongoing directive and stuff like that. Of course, Heartbreaker and Striker, which will still kind of be the two top dogs still. They would prefer higher RPMs than these, but for like ongoing, for like glass reds and stuff like that, because all of these, like, you have so much more ammo, or you have so much more damage in your mag, that, although yeah, you are losing one thing that you do lose, the 18 crit damage second stat on these versus 21 DTH is quite a big loss. It's a very big loss. So we need to test them on build, kind of, or calculate them on a mill. We looked at the ARs yet? Yeah, earlier on we kind of looked at the ARs yet. Did they really make them full auto? I'm confused on that part. There's a list somewhere. We'll hit it likely in a second. But they forgot Mark 17. No, that's a Scar. But actually, it's weird that they're carding it Scar, because, yeah. I guess Tamer said it as well in the chat. I was wondering why that was said there, but now I see. No changes the Tamer. Yeah. But yeah, that's like, we're just gonna determine it up, I feel. Yeah, we're gonna have a second phase in the indeed, that's that. Scar H is the Mark 17 and the Scar L is the Mark 16 of the game. But that's weird actually, because I don't think internally that they use Mark 17 as well, because here as well, having AKM there, for instance, that's their internal for or like under the skin for their merciless / ruthless. That's the AKM in this list. There's the list. Although actually, we're gonna get that list in a second as well, because I think that's further down in this one. Oh yeah, let's keep going. Who's getting buffs? Who's getting nerfs? Double barrel doesn't matter really. It's still not gonna compete. It's even getting the double barrel is getting like you're gonna fire 2 shots and then reload for 419. I'd rather not. SASG is getting just lowered. Super 90 is getting lowered. Spus is getting raised, but it's getting a reload decrease. Wait, Super 90 is getting a reload increase, although tiny. Also, the SASG is the reloads difference is tiny. It's much more like they're losing a big chunk of their base. So Super 90 is no longer going to be the burst king in this, I'm going to guess. 612 is going to get touched? Yeah. That kind of sucks. Oh, wait, is the Scorpio going to reflect these changes as well? Because one of the things with the 612 was this was always a silly reload speed. 3 seconds is it's kind of understandable. But ACS is getting more damage but a worse reload. That's a weird one. KSG is getting a ton more damage and barely any. Like, there's a reload difference here, but it's tiny. KSG actually looking okay out of this. M870 is getting a damage increase, not that much. But yeah, we don't really use KSG in like the M870 as a bursting. So yeah, this is just more damage for headhunters, although it's not much. It's tiny. This KSG buff is though, because we're going from like 600k to 750. Like that's a big bump up. And KSG was like middle of the pack. Solve as well, losing a little bit of optimal range. M870 also losing optimal range. Oh, Super 90 also losing its like, because yeah, Super 90 actually had the shared highest optimal range, but yeah, it's losing that. I mean, not much changes here, honestly. We're still gonna use a 6 to well, that depends. Like, we have to kind of, because it's just the magazine reload of this is already better than most things anyway. Especially now that the SASG is kind of losing more than the 612. No, around the same. Around the same, so. We'll have to kind of mess about with those, but. Yeah, pistols. The one I'm curious about. Okay. What? Why? Where all the pistols? I mean, all the pistols needed to bump up. Oh, they're just moving the D50 down and everything else up. Okay. Is the Card 45 and the M1911s the same number? Oh. Oh. Wait. No, wait. Where's the Card 45? Wait, the Card 45 is now getting pushed below. Good. So one of the things was always in this category that was weird. Card 45 got introduced with the old stats of the M1911 and the the M45 A1 and stuff. But now again, the M45s are above it. Who's getting the biggest push here? First wave. This custom looks way higher. But the Card 45 is now losing to M45A1. Like, just outright, because they're the same RPM, but this number is higher. Although, mag size actually. Oh, it's getting a mag size increase. That's interesting. So it's a 10 rounder base, a 21 round combined instead of that 18. You know what? That's interesting. That's actually an interesting way to do that. 15. Actually, yeah. What's not a top base? Magnum, actually. So yeah, Magnum. Because yeah, for Headhunter, we literally just look at this number, like which has the highest number here, as long as it's of course not the worst. But yeah, Magnum is going to the top. Because Magnum is basically like a little bit higher than the old D50 even here. I don't hate that, partially because I kind of hate the D50. So, Good if Oreo passes the current new best weapon. Oreo will. Kind of depends. A few candidates that I do see is Eagle Bearer, Ravenous, and Bullet King. But it kind of still depends. We have to like we need a bunch of number crunching before we can say anything about that. But Oreo is likely still one of the top weapons. Even with a 40 round mag and 10% less RPM, it's still not getting caught up. Like on full numbers, definitely not. But in a more like looking at it fully, because yeah, of course, is it like a much shorter range weapon and stuff like that. So yeah, likely it will no longer be like the top king. Very case for ACS fast hands. Actually, now I would be curious actually in PTS to see if the fast hand stacking is still per pellet, if they're touching so many things. But yeah, ACS could be fast hands. ACS could be a case to be made. And indeed, case you're moving up by a lot of burst indeed there. Actually, for Headhunter, do they? No, I mean, oh well, actually. Oh, Spaza, yeah, they're gaining a lot more indeed. I mean, yeah, the same as I kind of said for the Magnum. Actually, like the biggest number here is gonna go for the like headhuntering. So yeah, Spaz is the new headhunter pick. Because it's literally like whatever is the biggest number here, as long as it's like doesn't have major flaws in different ways, of course. But yeah, indeed, the Spaz just by gaining more. 91 plus 12, 22%. Yeah, but that 1911 is the that just has a magazine, I think. So it will still be. Although actually, I might be competitive. We have to again as well. You know, 93R. But yeah, the 93R has some other issues with it. So in this category, it's going to be a little bit of. Actually, I'm surprised that they. Oh, actually, I didn't notice there that the RPM of the 93R is going down by a lot. That might make it more handleable. And yeah, I need it's for losing like 400 RPM, it's gaining way more in its base damage. Although yeah, a lot of the weapons as well here dropping to 16s or dropping from 16s to 12s, like the P4Xs and stuff. Also, I totally could see, like, for instance, as well, the first wave PF45 being okay-ish one, and the M45A one, okay-ish one as well. Maxim also gained a lot, the Maxim 9, which is the technician one. They never added, annoyingly, never added a normal version of it. .45. I think I think I saw that one, but I'm gonna guess that that's. I'm not sure actually which Mac these will use. I think the card and stuff use the plus 11 mag, right? Which isn't that mag already. It was like the pistol mag. Follows the 6 off. I mean, Scorpio will still, just because it can do things that no other weapon can do, it will always kind of have a place. But yeah, it's no longer going to be, it's no longer going to be the instant pick that it used to be. This rest here. It's a little bit so not to capitalize, yeah. Because yeah, I was thinking the same thing that Tamer said there. I think the pistols indeed use the like their own thing. And Amarin. Oh, Vasan is getting smaller. Actually, not that small. So it's the 120 at full stacks. Oh, so it's going to 3% per second. That's not too bad. And hey there, whoop up. One name to say. Yeah, let's we're just chilling and chatting. Although I don't mind that either as well. And then yeah, so we already kind of looked at MMRs. SR1 here I feel is the big loser. Although as well I think the Model 700 as well. And this is then the classic M44 carbine. If the White Death, of course, I mean White Death is a named weapon, so it's definitely gonna carry over its thing. Feel White Deaths are back on the menu, boys. Because yeah, and then on the outer ones, actually, it's interesting that the Mark 20 is getting pushed up. Although, well, no, not a lot actually. It's barely. It's getting 2K. But SRS and SVD are losing a lot. Like the SRS especially is losing a ton. Oh, well, actually, yeah. So the SRS is losing a ton, but then SVD, where was actually the G28? G28. That's, my G28 is getting a lot increase, but it's losing RPM. Okay, it's basically balanced around that one, but then this is then just faster firing. Or slower firing, this is then faster. Because these two are gonna kind of hit the same number, I feel. Or close to each other. One of the things with this is, though, I do feel this is made, at least these changes have been made by somebody that actually understands burst and sustain. Well, I don't agree with all changes. There does seem to be rhyme and reason behind them. It's made with intent. Yeah, let's go read through, because yeah, I saw all these mods. So yeah, the 45 ACP is getting plus 15 rounds. Although keep in mind that this this mag, this is the plus 10 mag. There's a plus 20 mag, and then that's the plus 20 minus 10. So what they're doing is actually you can either choose to have the plus 15 without a reload decrease, or you can have the 45, or for the 45 I said being for everyone, because yeah, like here's the 7.62 and 5.56. So you can either take 15 rounds without a reload decrease, or you can take the 20 rounds. That is actually an interesting choice. That is actually one that I'm kind of curious about, kind of theory crafting. Because yeah, if we can take 15 and not have, although 10% reload, it's kind of it's not that much. So, but it's at least it's an interesting thing. We'll have to kind of look at it. Yeah. In sense, for the sake of agency, like nothing fat sense. I mean, well, it's just they should have changed the other one to minus 20 or something, or maybe minus 15 to kind of. But I'd be actually curious what the feeling difference between them will be, especially not even the calculated one, but literally the feel difference between just having 15 rounds. And then of course, like if you're going past hands, you can just still take the 20, but then maybe if you're going with different talents, like if you're going strained or stuff like that, or optimist or something, then maybe going 15. At least it's interesting, like 5 rounds difference for that reload difference. Might be decent. Actually, I haven't seen the dark winter yet, but we'll see it in a second, likely. And then, yeah, we have these things going from plus 20 to plus 30s. So actually this going from, although actually as well, balanced SR ping. Really, this thing get caught by spell check, because yeah, balanced SR ping. We're gonna have 30% more stability to our ping. But yeah, actually, so for instance, on the 556, this is actually a mag that I quite often use on the AR, on the well, they're now going to be basically ARs as well, but on the lightweight M4 and stuff. But now, of course, they're just going to take the extended mag because of we're going to be using them differently. Optimal range, me. And then again, yeah, we're going to get same for 7.62 and 5.56, 10 rounds going to 15 rounds. But then, so yeah, I can have 15 rounds without the reload decrease, or 20 rounds with. It's actually interesting. Same for 9mm, because the same again, 9mm also has a plus 20 minus 10. Calibrated link. Wait, there were two stability. Oh no, this is for internal. This is for the magazine in internal magazine. You have a plus 5 weapon damage for this slot, so this doesn't matter. Also for LMGs, this one's for LMGs. You're gonna take the plus 35 mag or the plus 50 mag from gunner. Like none of these optimal ranges and stuff, we're still not gonna pick those. Honestly, but these are a little bit more interesting. Although the thing is, so they're decreasing crit chance from like gear, basically, from Cheska and stuff. So even though they're putting here like taking 5 crit damage to 10 crit damage, which they should have done like base game, like the thing always was, of course, like in most cases, crit damage is double of crit chance. Outside of, you know, like on gear and stuff, it's 6 crit chance and then 12 crit damage, right? So on the weapon mods, it was weird that this wasn't this. This will actually help out. This will actually be kind of cool for some builds. But still, now as well, with the reduction to crit chance from Cheska, we're going to still keep 15 crit chance on the weapon, because that's still a better deal than most other places. But at least now you can kind of balance either on the gun or on the gear. Is this a buff to anything? Not really. Oh, actually, now you can have plus 10 crit damage as well for some weapons without, because in the past, only the firewall under barrel, but that needed long rail. So this does help some setups of like Hunter's Fury and stuff. But even then, you kind of still need a 3 crit chance, or you need at least 2 crit chances on the weapon. So yeah, and then you can use 1 crit damage here. This is the kind of interesting one, but we're still going to use mostly crit chance on the weapon, just because it's going to be easier. Although actually now we can kind of balance. So if on gear we can kind of pick something else. You know, you might land, so you could go with like 2 of these instead or something as the crit damages, and then maybe instead of like landing on like 52 or something, landing on like 54, because you then take it on gear. That will actually help a little. That's actually interesting, because yeah, we can kind of maybe like hit better numbers for some gear by just taking the crit damage on the gun and then taking, you know, because on the gear we can take 6 versus 12, because at least now we basically have the same choice on weapons as we do on gear. Optimal ranges and stuff, nobody will care ever. Accuracies and stuff. So these at least are now high enough that if you're taking weapon handling on the gear, you can just take instead stability on these. Goes up. Taking a 30 stability, I mean, I still wouldn't. I'd still take 10 crit damage over 30 stability, but you can if you want to. This muzzle being 40 stability is the only one that kind of, at least that is a lot. That is, you know, you can make any weapon have basically, you know, what the Elmo had, Elmo plus Striker, which was the, you know, 15 weapon handling being stability, 15%, and then, you know, the Elmo's old 20%. Like, you can make a lot of weapons feel just by one mod. Is it still worth losing 5 crit chance? Only on like negotiators and stuff like that, honestly. This is the stoner mod, fixed mod. Anyway, bunch of everything goes 5 crit damage is going 10 crit damage. All the optimal ranges are going from 10 to 50s. Yeah, if you can double optimal range on like something like a shotgun or a pistol, I could see it. Because there are 2 mods. Like if you have 2 mods of, like if we also have scopes that are 50 optimal range, because yeah, then you are 100% optimal range. Thinking, for instance, some shotguns to be from like 10 meters or like 8 meters that they were to like 16. Also interesting that a few of these are going from very low headshot to a little bit higher. Because do we have any? That's there again. Every 10 accuracy is going to 20. And yeah, we can have, so yeah, we can have a scope and a muzzle take us double our optimal range. You know, maybe even for some SMGs, I could see it where you don't need the crit chance. But that's also not true for many a build. Like that's more because yeah, Hunter's Fury still needs crit chance. Let me catch up here for a second. Was the PTS collab? I think I saw Sander linking that, right? Yeah. Although generally expected to be a little bit later than that. Generally, it's delayed at least a little bit. Oh yeah, basically in like 11 hours, a little bit under 11 hours. What's that? Sorry. Oh, I haven't seen the brand sets yet. Oh, actually, oh no, I had, oh, on the brand sets, oh, actually, I didn't catch too many of them. Is that, oh yeah, crit damage is basically indeed for SMGs. Although keep in mind that yeah, we are still losing some crit chance. Or the SMGs you were getting kind of up there anyway. But yeah, it's kind of going to be nice to have the option to take it on the gun maybe, and then flip on the gear, and then because you can edge it up by 1 or like lower it by 1 basically. So you could, if you have like 55 or like you're landing on 55, which is a little bit more awkward than like 52, you could kind of maybe like with the gun lower it by 3 by using different mods. Well, that's why I did that for if you have an AR and an SMG, you can now just put crit damages on the SMG, crit chances on the AR, and then they kind of can be side by side. That's what it is. That one. A lot of people mostly care about stability is the funny thing. I care more about the accuracy as well. But fresh outsider. Actually, yeah, the MBX seem to have been going up a little bit. But yeah, that didn't look like it would be on the top. Good chance of it. No. Like if those numbers are still the same on third stats, detox still. You're better off taking the detox there and just putting more crit chance on gear, unless you like really don't have it. Because yeah, keep in mind that yeah, those numbers are still, because we can always take it on gear, but you can't take 10 detox on gear. I mean, well, you can like Fox's Prayer, but not just a mod or something. Stability. Oh, actually, this weapon handling one is actually also interesting. Reflex sight, going from 5 weapon handling to 12. Like, this is something I would be more interested in taking, because yeah, you can have all your stats kind of go up. This is also, but then it's weird that this is just 14% reload, because why would you take this 14% reload if you can have 12% weapon handling? And I think even this one needs like the long the long optic rail. Reflex can just go on anything. Because yeah, this built-in 12 reload speed anyway. Oh, this is the singular one where they're increasing the optimal range as well. It's actually with the other one 50 stability minus 20 accuracy. Actually, on that one as well. Because with the other one it wasn't, right? This stayed the same. 40 stability and 10% optimal. Is an okay price to pay. This could have gone to 20 reload speed, honestly. 14 is like not great. Short grip is going to 20. And then the chances, of course, getting hit. Yeah, let's have a look at some of these. Entrench, cooldown getting changed. Is that it? That was not the issue with with that. Gunslinger going from 20% to 23% total weapon damage. You know what? With the changes to, because yeah, I saw the obliterate changes. 70. Okay. Although this is just too annoying. That's the thing with this. Like continuously having to weapon swap and stuff. Oh yeah, also, so kinetic momentum is going to 1.5%. So it used to be 1%, and you would get 30% total weapon damage out of it, right? Or total skill damage, I mean, for the skills. So they changed Wyvern and Empress down, but then buffed this. So instead of it now, you have 45. Yeah, 45 total skill damage from kinetic momentum. So glasses and stuff, like sometimes you put glass, I still have that as well, but yeah, now you put 15 total skill damage more, you would kind of go for this. Although it still doesn't apply to the weapon, of course. They should have just also bumped up the repair by a lot, maybe. And yeah, the weird one as well, because also as well, so before, critical hits increase total weapon damage by 1% for 5 seconds. This isn't the current obliterate. The current obliterate is 10 seconds. So they can like, so are we dropping down to 5 seconds as well, or are we keeping 10 seconds? Is a big question. So as I'm missing a little from weapon, and then you can compensate with the build or maybe a weapon gear setting. Yeah, I think there's no downside to the crit damage and stuff now being actually correctly on par, because now we can just pick. We want it on gear. If we want it on weapon, it's basically a question between this. It's class on most builds now. Oh yeah, kinetic momentum was barely behind for the skill side of things versus glass. The thing you have to remember that, like for instance, what I do is put a ton of crit chance and crit damage on those builds as well, and then the weapon side was also getting affected. For like third drone builds and stuff. All together isn't insane. Anyway, it's not insane, honestly. especially Elma and Strikers. I can completely agree with them kind of balancing them down. Obliterate. The thing is, like 17 is a bit low, I think. Would have been fine at 20, because the thing is, they're not touching Spotter from what I saw, so we just move on to Spotter, honestly. That's the thing, right? We just go for the highest tree. Coyote was untouched. Yeah, actually, indeed, yeah, the coyote is getting left out. I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah, coyote should have been the same numbers, kind of as should have been like 6.5 and like 10, maybe, for if they really want to touch it. Let's stand a little more with glass. Oh yeah, kind of depends on setup wise. I just, yeah, especially like for some setups, glass cannon just for it applying to the weapon as well. Because for instance, for third run hybrids, I'm not still going to consider kinetic momentum glass is just applying to both sides, which matters. But for like a full third drone build, like the versions that people also make with like full skill haste and stuff, where your weapon is kind of, or like they think you should just AFK them. Yeah, kinetic is now the way to go for third drone. It's not way more than it's still not that. It's much more that other stuff around it got an increase, which kind of is weird because yeah, the Eagle Bear got a increase like right next to it. That's much more because yeah, it's dropping to 15-15. That's still not horrendous, especially for also players starting out, because one of the things that all of the exotics always have anyway is that they come with all of the mods and stuff, especially when you're starting out. Those are great because you don't have the plus 20 mag. If you don't have the plus 20 mag for the high-end ARs, they don't compete with like even the new Elma still, because it comes with a mag built in. And as well as still, because now of course the F2000 is getting also reduced to like 30. Only the AUG is getting an increased mag size over 30, so it's still one of the biggest AR mags. It's just not what it used to be. But yeah, Obliterate getting hit like this, kind of curious what we'll move to. I mean, glass is the actual answer. We'll be running a lot more glass, I feel. Because I'm pretty sure glass is not getting changed. Overwatch. So what is happening here? Perfect is getting a buff to 40. That's not the worst idea. Perfect Spark is going to 18%, 1% more than Obliterate. But yeah, Spark is still annoying to trigger. So I would still pick Spotter over this, and even if you're losing crit chance for it and stuff with the Link Laser Pointer, it's still not worth this. Safeguard going from 100% to 130%. The two people that run Safeguard will really care about. We're still gonna run opportunistics for healers, like buffing. Especially now that Sledge is going away. I did catch that as well. Yeah. And there the talents is mine. Yeah, no. I mean, it's still getting a 15 crit chance and then 15 crit damage and 10 weapon handling. It's still like it's getting 15 crit damage and 10 weapon handling as like its talent. That's not as good as it used to be, but it's still not horrendous. But still, it's gonna be like mid-ranger. It's gonna be a mid-tier. I think still a lot of people will gravitate towards it just getting it more easily, because it's still going to be more easy to get a Elmo and re-roll it a few times and get detox on it than it is to find like, you know, a detox, a FAMAS with like free talentable or stuff like that. I forgot an expertise. Yeah. I think they get pissed. Well, this guy right here has 6 characters and all 16 loadouts filled, and I'm not that pissed off. I'd rather have balance than and also honestly that I'm okay going out farming. I like the game. I like playing the game. When they go like, "Hey, here's a reason for you to go play the game more," I don't go like, "Well, shucks." Don't threaten me with a good time, you know. So mosquito is a new sledge. Actually, I haven't caught up with the mosquito ones or anything. I haven't reached for map check. I saw it changes something. And yeah, I think as well the base M4 going up will actually as well kind of. Although it kind of depends on if it's also getting carried over to the Elmo. Well, kind of, yeah, it all depends as well on those things as well. Because we're getting a different balance on the base weapons of them. Was better, to be honest, than the Elmo? No. M4, especially since its changes was the kind of, or well, since the project resolve changes was just kind of out there by itself at the bottom, together with the carbine. And build collection gonna hit like yeah, it's gonna be a lot of changes, dude. I'm already kind of thinking of like, how am I even gonna do it? I'm kind of thinking actually I might just put all the builds in a folder in there that people can still get to them, of course, and then one by one update them and then kind of put them back into the build collection. Because yeah, it's gonna be it's a lot of changes likely. Oh yeah, and the Sig need was also way there now. Did my glass and then after the changes with way or forever existing. Especially yeah. Oh yeah, and as well. I'm okay with changes, and honestly I didn't mind honestly having to refarm a little bit for Project Resolve as well. Just give me something to do even as well. That's the best for a long time. I have so much working on it. Yeah. Oh wow, I don't mind. As I said, I do enjoy the game still quite a bit. So, you know, playing the game more is not torture to me. Oh, actually, so gear getting changed. So plus 10 health, plus 14 health. Hollow Man. I mean, that brand bonus still kills it. Also, it's the mask slot, and Coyote just moved up to being way more important than it ever used to be. Will this beat a new Grupo? If there's already enough Coyotes. Actually, maybe on LMGs and stuff it would. Not on ARs likely, but you have 21%. Motherly Love, 25% skill health. Actually, that's not a bad change because Motherly Love was completely useless because Empress came in and had 10% skill health as its like thing anyway. And then if you wanted that, you generally put that in. Firm handshake. Plus 15 to plus 16. Plus 1. Oh, wait. Actually, but then Electric is getting reduced. So Electric would still be 18. Yeah. So 1833, right? Because the main roles aren't getting changed, right? So we would have a 10% and it would have a 8.3 from the brand bonus. Now, of course, with this, you would also have 10% AR or 10% SMG from the firm handshake. But we don't use SMGs with eclipses and stuff, so this is they should have actually made this maybe 20%. That would actually been a okay-ish change for it. Would have used it in eclipses. Actually, yeah, I saw the pickers there. What happened to the pickers? Actually, well, first. So Claws Out is getting 2% more weapon damage or 2% more pistol damage. We still won't care. Oh, Pickers is losing 5% of its weapon damage? I mean, I can kind of see it, but also this is more of a PvP change, I feel. Yeah, I wasn't using many Picaros anyway. Honestly, only really a lot of my hybrids, but they will still benefit. Actually, no, a lot of them will have to. Actually, no, because they used to have, of course, like Gruppos and stuff. Those are also getting reduced. So, yeah. Let me get you as well. This is, they have all this ready to tomorrow. Well, actually, I'm not even going to be here tomorrow, as I can't. I'm working tomorrow. Actually, a very long day. So, but I'll be back on Saturday afternoon, and then I'll be missing again Saturday evening because I'll be working then as well. But then Sunday and Monday we'll already kind of test some stuff out. Skill visions is also huge. Yeah, it's weird that they are altering that. I feel like it's not like skill builds really were too OP. There's some melee damage. Them keeping the melees down. I think like they're scared of shenaniganery with them. If you're using Artificer Mother Love was nice, I think. I mean, yeah, if you're using the Artificer tool. But the thing was with One Piece Empress, you could just have the repair skill. Just, like you wouldn't have to need to per se have the Motherly Love because you could have the repair skill and then the skill health on the talent. Kind of been more if you were just going for like very... I used to have one of those like the very high shield with the health and then also like the healing for it with Artificer as like a way too powerful shield. Minus 5 weapon damage. Yeah, although as well actually it's losing 5 weapon damage and it's also using 3 Empress. But I was already not too big of a fan of that one. I much more prefer like drone hybrids based around basically based around having red style builds basically instead of yellow style. Anything about the NPCs if they get changes? Generally no, they haven't changed NPCs in forever. Red fat chance now. They already kind of came out and said that they will not implement that because that also would go against their current implementation of how the stat system works. Better with Hannah you now. I mean, to me, it already worked way better with Jessica Gruppo Fenris. Honestly, that's what I put into mine. But then now, likely, like we could go like something else. In Europe, yeah, I reside in the Netherlands, so I'm over there-ish. Let me get you on the other side as well. The Sermon chain kills still work. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything about determined. So one of the things as well, like we can always still determine our way through a lot of stuff, as Xander said as well. We do them one by one. Oh yeah, you just we just start somewhere, start fixing them up, and we'll get yeah. We've done it before. For instance, with Project Resolve, the bunch of changes. There's hybrids, but crit brand seems more efficient. Although, yeah, now the crit brands are gonna lose a little bit of their thing. I wonder if they did for that. Intimidate over obliterates. For some of the builds that kind of fit it. I think I'm going to go more towards glasses. Just having glass in a bunch of builds. Because glass will give that 25% as well still. And glass wasn't touched. The other one is spotter. Intimidate, of course, kind of the thing with Intimidate is it needs a support talent. But now, actually, if you used to, actually, yeah, it was not the worst. The thing is with Intimidate as well, you have a range limitation. There's a 10-meter range. That is where it's active. That is kind of more the killer there. But now, so in the past, it used to be like if you had Obliterate plus Vigilance, you had like a 45 basically compared to the 42 of the. Oh, well, you would have 50, but that would be a combined of like just the 50, so they wouldn't be multiplying against each other. And then Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush used to be, or well, Intimidate by itself used to be like 40%. But actually, if you trigger it off of a memento or something, it can still work. But yeah, range is still the killer for Intimidate outside of like PFEs and stuff like that. I love it on PFEs. I love it on other very close range builds, shotgun builds, for instance. But yeah, it kind of falls apart for me for ARs, LMGs, stuff like that. Just, 10 meters is like short. It's really short. How's that? Yeah. Oh yeah, we just, we start regrinding stuff and then we build it once, we can build it again, right? No more shotguns and rifles in the mix. Yeah, they do seem to. I mean, rifles especially. Now, them being like auto fire or like continuous fire or just, no longer semi, basically. Just auto fire will help a lot. This one's round balance is getting nerfed. Actually, yeah. Because, yeah, you can, like that headshot is not that big of a loss anymore versus Cheska or something. So, yeah, indeed. So with backbone. Oh yeah, kind of. Although yeah, I prefer still vigilance over. I mean, yeah, the one of the things will also be I'm kind of looking at it and going like I might prefer more. So instead of, for instance, going Cheska Grupo, definitely doing Cheska Palisade and stuff like that. So although, of course, yeah, Cheska got the biggest hit. So I'll have to see as well. Because, yeah, Fenris is staying up there. I actually, need to recalculate, just normal strikers. Also, with the backpack loss. Although the backpack loss is, honestly, I think strikers' demise is kind of over-exaggerated. Because I feel we're just going to go... likely spotter vigilance even just to do separate multipliers, but then yeah, spotter vigilance striker will likely be still very much up there, except that yeah, Heartbreakers is getting buff, so Heartbreakers now Heartbreaker is the king again. Yeah, let's finish this off. So yeah, Picaro losing 5 weapon damage. Yeah, I need to look at a lot of my Turtron hybrids and stuff. Although as well, the other brand bonuses we would normally replace them with are also reduced. So yeah, we would have to kind of look at them. Perfectly accurate. Increase accuracy by 80%. Wait, for the... really? For the rail splitter? Okay. I mean, yeah, that's still not solving the issue of the rail splitter. Perfect Allegro. Increase rate... What? I hadn't caught this one. I hadn't even looked at it because I was like, who cares about Allegro? But I care about Allegro now. Wait, this is way too much because isn't also Og going pretty much into like the higher strata of the ARs? Because no talent is gonna really compete with 20% just rate of fire, just flat out. Where's the Og? Where's it? The Og is even kind of moving up, but then also getting this magazine size increase. Reload decrease. It's one of the worst reloads actually in here, isn't it? Yeah. %22%. Like that's a weird thing. They're moving stuff around by tiny amounts, and then stuff like this suddenly, like instead of 12%, 22%. I'd be surprised if that makes the main game. Like I feel this is one to call out like instantly. This and Heartbreaker is like weird. Missing long and short range like crazy. Yeah, with if that is the like talent wise, especially there, the invisible is kind of looking pretty up there. No, like the handles. I mean, yeah, it handled like the AUG is one of the worst handling ARs. That will still not change, but we'll get we'll use it if we have to, if we have to get the highest outputs like we always do. Yeah, that's way too much. Like I can see like 15, 16 even, or not even actually, because if the AR is kind of there, rate of fire by 12%, this is just a 12% on like, except on Striker or something, it's like 11 or like 10% or something. But especially on builds that don't have already rate of fire buffs, let's say any like glass reds or something, this is already just a 12% increase, which is without having to give up a crit chance mod like you would for Flatline. 22% without like any yeah, that like this is much more than a Kingbreaker, for instance, and you don't have to give up that crit chance for it. That just seems like exceptionally too high. Oh, I could like see a 17% or 15%, but 22, really? Bread baskets plus 20% per thing. But yeah, it's headshot damage, isn't it? Yeah. This is still awkward. Like you don't want to hit body shots and then headshot, body shot, headshots. Although with rifles, I could see this a bit more. Like rifles have a low enough RPM where you can make this kind of thing happen. But the thing is, generally, if you're in the kind of like moments that you can do headshot damage, you just do the headshot damage instead of trying to then body shot to get a big buff for a shot. Like you could have instead, if you were close enough to hit all of those body shots anyway, those body shots would have been, plus like for AR 75% headshot damage anyway. So Eyeless going to 30 and 35. I mean, well, the 35 is on the actually, well, now that's getting out of fire now as well, right? So it's on the Mark 20. So 30%. I wonder if this will come to Descent. I'd love it in there. Same blind stuff, yeah. Here we have fast stands. Okay, so yeah, fast stands is going from 4 to 3%. That's still well usable. Perfect is losing a lot though. Perfect is basically becoming 1% then for the good times. I mean, the good times can still stack up to really high numbers. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling an infantry MG5 with a fast stance. And crit chance third. Stats. I feel that is something I'm going to lean towards. Is this killer? Also, is this for perfect then? Oh, okay, so yeah, perfect was, so yeah, it was 40 and 50 for perfect, and now 70 and 90 for perfect. Solo, I mean, solo killer always was okay. But this is still not going to be it for groups. Like solo killer was already where you're getting all the kills anyway. Like when you're the person getting all the kills, you have much more chance of triggering this. There's a on-kill effect. And 90% on the Dark Winter. Although, well, what happened to that vector? Like this vector is now like, I feel kind of dead in the water. Was actually, so let's convert. Because like the Vector 9 has more base than it now. It has that horrendous reload, but yeah, that's just fast hands hitting it. Oh yeah, it still has an okayish reload. It's not that far behind. Yeah, we'll need to see on actually burst and sustain how it kind of holds up. But yeah, I can see now why people were like this is at least a little bit okay, a little bit more okay than it used to be. Because yeah, I was not a fan of the Dark Winter before. That was awful to play. But for if it's already kind of like the one of the higher ARs, and then it can have a 22% talent, I wouldn't care how bad it is. I would maybe pair it with, you know, some of the rifles or something, or even another AR that is more accurate for ranges, and then on the mid range just use that. Because it is bad. But even for instance as well, if you have that plus 22%, you can even, for instance, put in more weapon handling and give up some crit damage and still be ahead. All the changes are coming to Descent, okay. Well, Envy just got a lot better. With that eyeless alone, I already see Ignited there as well already. Going from 25 to 30. Oh well, from 20 to 25 and the 25 to 30 for the perfect. To be honest, there's no reason. It's flatline. Not to use flatline and hardware, yeah, kind of. Although, I mean, well, the AUG does not have a long rail, so it would still be much more of a, yeah. Like not having a long rail is really annoying on Heartbreaker. Yeah, Dark Winter for solo play. I mean, it was already always decent for solo play, but this would actually make it kind of the pick for solo play, actually. Like post hoc, they've made a lot of other things that people were yelling in the past about the Dark Winter shoe. I mean, Blinder Firefly is a decent enough way. In general play, that eyeless could be really high, and we still generally wouldn't use it. Turning rifles automatic. Together with the changes, they've reduced the damage a little bit from some of the higher damage rifles. I'm perfectly fine with that. In gameplay, we'll kind of have to see, because it might be a little bit too good for. They might have to reduce mag sizes for a lot of those weapons, because they're going to compete with ARs, but then now they're ARs basically with like really low rate of fire. That means that you have a much better damage per mag, and for a lot of builds, that will make them like just so much better to use than any AR for them. But also we have to kind of compare them on burst and sustain and kind of see where everything's landing here. From Seekers like Williams, yeah. Don't think we'll get those. What's the get? And either Medi. Yeah, let's continue on here. Where were we? Because yeah, I suddenly see this Optimist. I wasn't actually expecting Optimist in this list. So Ignite is going up. Optimist is going up to 3.5%. Kind of also depends on where the Shield Splinter lands as the F2000. The F2000 kind of looked like it really didn't land well anymore. Plus 3.5%. So I mean, yeah, we're going from plus 30% at the top to plus 35% at the top. That's not big, that big of a change. Actually, yeah, I don't think Strange is in here, right? So we'll make it compete a little bit better actually on full red builds. And of course, even like Optimus was already the pick for a lot of builds. The second you kind of go over 4 blues and stuff, you're kind of going Optimist. Perfectly optimized. I was going to 40% there for the named RPK. The new reliable. It's even more reliable now. I mean, it got a really bad reload speed decrease. Honestly, I don't think I would. I was pretty fine with the new reliable with its old reload speeds and stuff. But when it's going to like 418, I need fast dance here. Like I already liked it better with fast dance than the new reliable, really bad. Perpetuation. Oh, it's going to 75%. Okay. Well, with the changes to Sledge as well, I guess I'm going back to Perpetuation for Perpetuation and In Sync for Eclipses. Oh, Ranger as well. Okay, so Ranger. Okay, so range decrease. Oh, also for the Ekims from 4 to 3, and then for the normal from 5 to 4. This does mean that instead of 8 at 20, you have 10 at 20. That is actually a decent increase for, because even at 12 now you would have 6. That would actually compete already with Strained and stuff pretty favorably. So a Ranger is actually really moved up now, because it is basically a 20% buff to it. Like that's that's kind of how you can see it. And 20% is a lot, as you can imagine. Reformation will the 7 people that use this ever will really be happy that reformation got increased. The rest of us won't care. Let me catch up again. Like blind builds, I haven't used any. Generally, for instance, you can actually uneclipse for. So I shouldn't coordinate the team if Eyeless is that high. Like running a secondary blinder instead of like a Stinger Hive or something can actually now be a choice. Like, because I see Sadist there also being 30%. Like actually a Sadist. Wait, Sadist is going from 20 to 30. That is. Because that's actually like in a coordinated team, if you're like with a Fire Eclipse or then they're using Stinger. You're using Sadist on top, because Sadist as well, you can kind of trigger it more easily than the ignited. Although ignited is on M4 and you can have... Wait, how much was ignited? Or where's ignited? We see it earlier. Ignited is going... Okay, ignited isn't going to 35. Okay. You can at least kind of understand that one. But Sata's still being at 30. Like, you know, in a coordinated team, that is a lot. There's also another buff to ongoing directive. Indirectly. I'd be curious to see actually what numbers ongoing directive now hits with its chest, and then also on top of that, say this being 10% more. Rip F2000 strained, likely, yeah. Also because the ammo reduction to it, because it's going back to a 30 round mag instead of a 40, so like that really helped it for strained. But well, I mean, shield splinterer then actually still kind of likely will compete. Do you focus with ARs again? I don't think a lot of people will. I won't gravitate towards focus. I should maybe for like legendary and stuff. I can, you know, I could see that. But I think most people will either go glass or spotter or even stay obliterate. Like if it stays 10 seconds, because there it says 5 seconds, but it also says wrongly 5 seconds for the one we already have. So that's that's incorrect. So if it stays 10 seconds at 70%, that's still okay, because you don't have to lock yourself into technician like for spotter, and glass of course has its own stings. And yeah, so I already read your sentence there a little bit, but yeah, you're going striker is going to be trash. No, it's not. Just the backpack is getting replaced with something else. It's going to make much more sense to run vigilant striker instead of now. Elmo is going to be trash. No, it ain't. It's still going to be a good mid tier. It's going to be a really good starter weapon for a lot of things. Scorpio going to be trash. Scorpio will still be a pick. Like for instance on Eclipse, like the thing is Scorpio can do things that no other weapon can, so it's going to be always fine in its thing. And yeah, obliterate as well is, you know, we all pick it. And for instance as well, it being at the same value of glass, I would have actually rather seen glass moving up, but that I'm not against moving obliterate down. So kind of agree with none of your points. Yeah. On empty, yeah, we'll reach it. I don't think so. These are it, and that was before I'm actually using full outer rifles with it. Yeah, that's going to be the thing with it as well. We can just use full outer rifles with it, which have, you know, a much higher damage per mag than anything else around it. And indeed, Memento Strikers was already popular. Like that backpack was not as essential as. I mean, it's still going to be one of the higher damage caps. It's only that Heartbreaker is getting a buff that I think that Heartbreaker is going to overtake it. And the mental deeds and the increased damage, so just armor of the enemies as well. But damage also adjust them. They haven't adjusted the armor of enemies in like forever. And the reason we know is that they haven't changed in forever. Yeah. Because yeah, there's always every season people go like, oh, they've buffed the enemies. I also, of course, like when we got weapon changes done to us, I was really still pissed off at Dot for putting that out there, because he really doesn't understand the game system. So like him talking about something he didn't understand was kind of also out of his ballpark, but also was kind of bad of him going like, oh, they're buffing our damage, so they're buffing enemy damage, and people believing that. Because a first day testing after the patch, we knew it wasn't the case. They changed to Backfire and Aces and Night. Yeah, both of those. Although Backfire still will have... Man, they should have added the decay mechanic to it as well, on top of it. Like, it's still It's gonna be better. Kind of depends as well how the MPX now lands as a space weapon, and especially as well, it's having 15 crit chance is a really good buff to it. So it is up there. But it still drops all its stacks, of course, after 10 seconds, which. Indeed, aces and eights and other rifles. Although keep in mind that aces and eights is okay. Like it's still not. It's not going to be strikers, even if it's like in its newer state, which let's keep in mind like strikers, or well. So for instance, of course, aces and eights with rifles versus like AR with strikers. Like that's still going to be so much more. But now we're curious actually to see if aces even really. I mean, once you get it going, it's not too bad. Especially you need to kind of still land headshots, which we'll have to actually play with. I think some forces I'm getting buffed to get my cities to use besides just features. Oh yeah, kind of we have to see where they land, and as well, of course, Kingbreaker, kind of in there. But no, Heartbreaker just getting buffed to being 130 stacks. Like when we're using chest and going to like now then what is it 85? Oh no, actually no. So it's gonna be. Well, I mean, well, we're gonna use the old version of like 85 times 2, so 170 instead of 200 stacks. With the backpack, that's still gonna, of course, beat Heartbreaker, but Heartbreaker also depends on if they haven't changed it. But yeah, so when you have a 1.3, actually, do I have? I need to do it here. So. What was it now then? So 1.013, right? To the power of 100. That's not right. Actually, that is right. Yeah. Actually, no, it's additive stacks to itself now, right? So it's just the 130. Why am I? We're getting ready for bed. I did the old Heartbreaker, which yeah was a 170, of course. But yeah, now it's just gonna be a 130, right? So yeah. So instead of Chest Striker, or like Chest Striker will still have its place, and then Heartbreaker will become the new just general use meta. Especially as well because Vigilance isn't getting touched. So Vigilance can still be 25 instead of the Obliterate, which is a loss, or Glass, which is harder to keep up or like harder to stay alive with. And then also Heartbreaker's bonus armor, defense, Vigilance. Indeed, Envy. Like if all of these bonuses are coming to Dare as well, yeah, Envy's getting, because we're getting, Sadist is getting 10% more amp. Eyeless and Ignited, all of them are getting big numbers up. Although likely Obliterate will then go down. It wasn't the same number as out of game or like the outside game in the sense. So we'll have to see if that gets changed downwards. So the Sadist and Braver could be very strong. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Memento indeed. Not Momento. I'm gonna take it that you did that on purpose to just bully me or trigger me. Although actually, yeah, so OD vigilance. Like, I mean, the thing is, we're just gonna move. So we're gonna move to the chest, have the coyote, because coyote is still like a really good 2 good up above. The thing that you have to keep in mind is we're gaining just a little bit by the coyote. So ongoing directive by itself, because yeah, that 30 going to 50 sounds like a lot, but OD plus glass was actually more on that chest slot with perfect glass. But what you can do now, of course, is instead of that, it was not a lot more, but it was a little bit more with glass. You can then, instead of that, take the OD chest and then now take coyote. That's the real big game. That you can kind of have the same increase as glass would have, a little bit less, because it was, of course, now it's basically additive 30 instead of a multiplicative 30 for perfect glass. But now you get to have coyote instead. So that's actually the big increase for OD. And then, yeah, it's getting another 10% from sadist, if you're running sadist, or well, a multiplicative, well, it's additive to that old 20. So, but then as a multiplicative to the rest. But that's still not going to make it beat. Like, that's still not an increase high enough to beat Heartbreaker or Striker or like any of the real damage-based sets. But I feel OD is going to be just a build that we're going to run everywhere, just also for the 20% increase, like we kind of already do, and also for the ammo thing. And then as well, everybody else can run sadist. If they choose to. So yeah. Would you use the Furnace Holster in a Heartbreaker build? Yeah, no. So likely with Heartbreaker it would be a Coyote plus. So we have to kind of calculate it out, but likely, yeah, Fenris Vigilance Backpack. Although I might still go with like Grupo or something, just to apply to both, because Grupo is still then, although Grupo is going to be behind Fenris now, like for AR, but then it would still apply as well to like ACS if you're stacking with that. What changes happens indeed. Oh yeah, like games change and we change with them. So Zed is going up, Thunderstrike is going up as well. And those are staying at 4. Vindictive plus 1%. Okay. Actually, Perfect is going up by more than that. So Perfect is going to 21%. Which is the Grudge, but I think the Banshee kind of lost its top spot. 16-16 instead of 15-15, especially now that Sadist is 30. I'm sticking to Sadist on OD and just doing more damage myself instead of buffing my allies. Okay, so this one as well. So we have to kind of actually calculate this out in the. Oh yeah, I need to change my talents calculators. I didn't even think of that. Haven't changed those in forever. I barely remember how they're put together. But yeah, so we're getting 25% rate of fire and then minus 25 instead of minus 30. Wait, what? I didn't notice this before, but yeah, so we're getting at 25, like this goes to 25. But then for the perfect, although I'm just guessing this is a mistake. So the rate of fire here is going to minus 30, and then of course this 27 is actually a minus for the perfect. But then now the perfect is going to minus 30, which yeah, it would be the wrong way if you're trying to like, because this is going from minus 30 to minus 25, and this is going from minus 27 to minus 30. So I'm gonna guess that's just a mistake. And then yeah, the bottom half is now instead 18%, minus 18%, instead of minus 20, and then plus the same 30% on here, and then 38% on the total weapon damage. Maybe that is actually correct. This might actually make it a little bit okay for the... Because you have 2% less here. I mean, it's still build-centric. We have to actually... But actually measured... I mean, well, Optimist is going up and stuff as well, so it's still not going to compete likely. That's right, we're trying looking forward for a change mechanism. Break so much because although, well, the thing is, if you are looking forward to Outbreaker kind of plays the same as Striker. That's kind of the downside for me. I would have much more preferred if our meta kind of shifted to something else, maybe. But yeah, I think it's going to shift to Heartbreaker, and Heartbreaker is basically the same as Striker. It's just stacks worse, so you kind of have to use the ACS actually. and it has bonus armor. That's basically the difference, because both of them are just stacking builds as well. Don't really care about RPM and stuff. And the measured is actually so... Because yeah, so 5% more rate of fire, and then not losing as much weapon damage here, and then here just having 18%. So this back half is still pretty bad, but then the front half is actually a little bit better than it used to be, and not a little, because this is like this is of course like a quarter buff, because we're going from 20% to 25%. I'd be curious to see actually what the output of this thing is. But maybe actually using just the top half. I mean, not against like the but this might actually be okay using just the top half, because losing 25 weapon damage is not as big of a deal as gaining 25% rate of fire. But then maybe for, you know, something like a GR9 or something, just using the first half. It's probably a good way to play this. The thing is, I think Heartbreaker was already going to be competitive. With the move down of Striker, Heartbreaker was already going to be competitive. It moving up, like maybe if you moved it to like 1.1 or 1.2 at most. 1.3 is going to just put it in so much ahead of Striker. Although, well, actually, we need to kind of do the calculations and stuff on it. On empty, which is the burnout. So going from, or well, actually, well, the perfect is the burnout, of course. You can just have on empty. From 40 to 80%, basically doubling all the things. The thing with this one was always that it doesn't refresh. So not every time that you hit the end of the magazine, you'll get a new one. You need to, like, it'll run out and then you'll get a new one. And that makes it a little bit jumpy, especially like on the burnout and stuff, because you'll lose it somewhere in the middle of the magazine and just the burnout suddenly shoots up. And then, you know, and then you'll hit the end of that mag and then reload, and that'll give you a new fresh one. So this has other issues than this, but 80% is actually not too bad, especially as well. FAMAS is looking to stay pretty high. Outsider 250% for perfect. Kind of depends on where the MPX lands. We'll have to look at that. Behind you. There's nobody behind. So we'll skip that one. No, so behind you amplifies weapon damage by 20% instead of 15. Didn't we just have this be like lowered to 15? I mean, yeah, the thing with this thing is it's too conditional. You wouldn't per se choose this. Even at 20%. Even 25% on the 700. What happened to the 700s? The M700s? Oh, they lost a lot. Okay, so yeah, no. Just pure no. Because yeah, the Brutus, of course, is like that perfect one for Marksman rifles, but yeah. Oh wait, Brazen is getting moved up? What? Why? I mean, actually, yeah, the since it lost its, you no longer retain. You no longer, if you weapon swap, you don't go back. If you weapon swap back, you don't go back to the buff that you had. Which was one of the cool things that Brazen came in with, but that was also the thing that was breaking it. So 3.5%. So for 8, instead of 24, will be 28. Yeah. Brazen is already pretty good for shotguns. Honestly, I don't mind it there. Perfect jazz hands. Increase reload speed by 30%. Increase reload speed by 50%. What's this even on? Oh, this is on the Calibre, isn't it? This is the Calibre. I was like, where do we even? But that was 870, right? Which got where's shotguns? Shotguns is here. Actually, 870's got even a reload buff. You know what? That wouldn't be too bad maybe with the 870 Calibre. 50% reload, which is, you know, a little bit. Although fast hands works for, well, fast hands works nowadays for shotguns, so. Pumped up. Loading rounds 1.26% weapon damage for. Has anybody ever used pumped up? Really? But yeah, it's going to 1.2% and 6% for the perfect on the double barrel. Just that to let me catch up on some things as well. Nerf vision. Really, that's your first time, chat. That's how you wanted to start this. Anything will be family. There's more interesting again for people in the long term. Yeah. One of the things, like, I'm actually looking forward to kind of parsing through all of these ARs and like all the weapons and stuff. This balance, as opposed to like the Project Resolve balance, this balance seems to have been done by somebody who was actually doing burst and sustain calculations in the background and kind of had like a concept of what it wanted every weapon to kind of have, and to kind of make it also make them more like some things a little bit more like suited to for some things and some things a little bit less for other things and stuff. So because yeah, these ones actually kind of, at least for now, I haven't put them in burst and sustain tables yet, but they look impressive for what they are. And then we have new stuff. That was just all the stuff that got changed. And then we have the new stuff. Let's actually get through this new stuff, and that's actually like I was hoping actually to make a start on burst and sustain table stuff, but I think we'll leave that for a different day because I just came from home from work as well. But I really wanted to go through all of this, and yeah, it was a lot. I'm gonna guess that was for me looking behind me, right? Yeah, deserved. After 5 days of nerf, all gears. I think you're better off, Mardana, and somewhere else where people are more like of the same mind as you are. I'm not. I don't agree with the thing that you said there. So yeah, feel free to not be here. Build a village city or less or the same. I think actually, definitely like a few builds are gonna. It's weird that some of the stuff didn't get touched. Like Exora wasn't in there. Rigor wasn't in there. A bunch of stuff wasn't in there. But yeah, definitely like hardware can have a few more uses now. Well, aces is at the very least interesting to have. Having ODs and stuff. Oh, at the very least as well, red-wise, you kind of want to have a Heartbreaker and a Striker now. They kind of do different, like especially Striker for Chest Striker, and then Heartbreaker more for, at least for, keep in mind, these are our preliminary changes, and everything is subject to change. And it might not go actually into the main game like it is now, but, you know, if we're looking at it with the info that we have at the moment, like having a Heartbreaker as a red Heartbreaker as kind of like what used to be the Obliterate Striker, and then having a Chest Striker actually without the backpack, likely with Vigilance, like for like hitting hard, and then yeah, a bunch of other like aces is coming back in. Like I didn't have aces at the moment. But then there's a lot of shifting and stuff that's just gonna happen. Should have minimum. Yeah, that would have been nice if this was the one, because the one thing that I'm like a little bit like if I'm gonna be peeved about something, which I'm not really, is if they had done all of this as Project Resolve. You know, because they already kind of did a shift and now they're shifting again. So it's a little, yeah, I can see the concern from some people, but then also this should be kind of the one that sticks, and then maybe like a little bit of changes here and there. But honestly, as well, the thing is likely, like in like a practical sense, they likely needed to do the Project Resolve thing. They learned from that, and that is then pushed into this. Because that's just the reality of life. Like sometimes you just need to kind of have done it somewhat once, and then you can actually do the full thing. Like it's sometimes hard to just do the full thing in one go. Let's mag or else it could be an interesting weapon. Well, they just pushed. They basically moved all the ARs back to being 30 rounds. That's kind of the intention there. Well, except the AUG. Actually, yeah, that AUG, yeah, the invisible hand is that's like a weird outlier, but we'll see how that actually. So I haven't watched the stream. Yeah, likely I'm not gonna watch. It's also an hour. We'll likely watch it maybe like Saturday or something like that. The concern. No, I mean, no, not particularly. A lot of stuff that we use we'll still keep using afterwards. You guys think they will add cross save and just get this game on PC? I'm gonna miss all my progress. They've outright said that they don't have plans and actually are like actively likely not going to do cross save or cross play, because implementing that would require more resources than they currently have, and also would come with some risks, because they would need to combine databases and such, and there is a risk with that. So they've basically said that they're not intending it for Division 2. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, you're picking a good time to restart. If you are, because yeah, in a few weeks we'll have quite a big shift in metas, basically. The weapon choosing, there's a big difference. I don't know. Yeah, I should so we'll have to matter that. Yeah. Well, that was the thing always. Like Strikers was ahead just because it had rate of fire instead of the weapon damages, and then also like it didn't lock you into Technician, so it had 5 crit chance more. But that's really all it had. At least Obliterate Striker, because the Obliterate was versus Vigilance, and then both of them were using Coyote anyway. So it was just all the other bonuses, and yeah, the Heartbreaker would. And then, of course, Striker could go to 200, like with the thing. But, of course, most people use it as Obliterate Striker. Yeah, no, Heartbreaker is going to be ahead of Striker now. Just because that 30% is, or well, again, Obliterate Striker. Not the Chest Striker. The Chest Striker, of course, can go still way higher. And we'll still use Chest Striker for that, for just going way higher. But for a general use build, yeah, I feel Heartbreaker, because now, yeah, you have 130. Like that 30 is gonna, you know, it's gonna be offsetting that rate of fire and that crit chance loss. Dilemma looking like it might get more use from the crit. Yeah, it's an extra crit damage. Yeah, it having brand bonuses, or like now that the brand bonuses are getting kind of reduced and, you know, other things aren't. Both Umbra and Negotiator are, because Umbra got a tiny buff, PVE only. So yeah, it might actually land a little bit better. Does Nego make sense with Nego? I mean, the Ninja backpack still, because keep in mind, like when it's competing against Obliterate or something, but it's still competing against Vigilance. Vigilance is still like if Vigilance was also gone to 17%, Ninja bag might make sense, but not not against Vigilance. And the highest overall damage, yeah, it always was, technically, on a theoretical level. Because the thing you have to keep in mind that, yeah, you can't, like, in that time that you're marking 3 enemies and stuff, that also matters. But yeah, if you're shooting at 3, if you're especially now with the backpack, and you're shooting 3 enemies and they're all staying alive the whole time and stuff, it is technically the highest. But, or well, the on a burst sustained DPS kind of thinking, because of course you have things like, you know, Headhunter Striker or Headshot Striker. I mean, like there is still stuff that can like do massive more amounts of damage in a short amount of time, but they're more conditional, like as a general use. Like a Negotiator is definitely going to be competitive still. Like if Striker is going down, Negotiator is staying the same, and actually like it's getting a backpack buff, but quite often you wouldn't use the backpack. And also as well, the backpack is it's just to the bonus to the other enemies and stuff. Yeah. Trying to do exclamation. Actually, I don't have it set up on the YouTube end, but yeah, well, you know what? I'll just for you, I'll add it to the pile there on the Twitch end, because it's only set up on the Twitch end. Where was that? So I was trying to say an AI did all the balance changes. Oof, yeah, nah. Next we can say that, yeah. Single can lead to burning yourself either, yeah. So there's an overkill now, so I get used to the buff guns. This is the future. Well, we have to see. Yeah, keep in mind the metal, the changes might still not happen. The 2 changes I've seen now that I'm like, I'm expecting them to change is yeah, both Heartbreaker going maybe to like 1.1 or 1.2 at most. This guy, but going to 1.3 per stack is a bit much. Even if it's not getting changes to like its bonus armor and stuff. Like, Because yeah, then it's the de facto kind of general use build. But then keep in mind as well, Heartbreaker still stacks worse than Strikers and stuff. So it's thing is as well, it's becoming the meta. It's going to be frustrating because a lot of people will get frustrated with how badly it stacks and stuff. Which is also kind of like a concern of mine, but also yeah, also not my problem, right? The other one is the invisible hand. Like that rate of fire is like 22% really for talent. We can't do that. Actually, yeah, so what was the sledgehammer change, or is that in this one? I think that one's in this one, right? We'll see. Because I think it's just personal now from now on, right? That one maybe as well, indeed. Curzon without sledge. I mean, we've done plenty without sledges, just accidentally. You got damage none of the. Wait, sorry. You still lose more often if you go after damage because not that much of bonus. Well, keep in mind that, for instance, there are ways for keeping vigilance. Vigilance does not go away if your shield gets hit. Vigilance does not go away if your bonus armor gets hit. And for instance, yeah, Heartbreaker has bonus armor. So a little bit of chip damage, as long as it's not going actually into your white armor, but just hitting your blue armor, you don't lose vigilance for now. So there is some synergy there even as well for another thing for vigilance with Heartbreaker. But also as well, now if Obliterate is going down, vigilance is still like so much better than, because the other option is glass, like on Striker. Like on glass. But even now as well on Strikers, because if you're just getting 20%, and that is an additive 20% to like a 65 for the backpack, you should go vigilance. Or maybe other things, because yeah, for instance, solo you can go like the backbone even, for instance. And either fighters, and thanks for keeping that subscription going, much appreciated. We'll be sure to waste it on some cosmetics. But yeah, for now let's keep going with what the seasonal journey, because yeah, what is this going to be now? The new seasonal journey introduces a structured progression system with 7 sequential missions. How many big words do you want to put in there? Just the new seasonal journey has a new system with 7 missions. Like, why do you need sequential and a structured progressions? Yeah. Each containing 7 sequential missions, each containing 8 objectives. It is designed to guide players through the early stages of each new season, offering a mix of challenges and goals that introduce key mechanics available from level 1. Even new players can jump right into the current season's content. The entire season journey unlocks at the start of the season. As you complete each mission and objective, you'll earn various rewards, including XP, Season Pass XP, progression boosting items, resources, and active modifiers. Completing the entire journey will grant you a unique cosmetic item. So it's just season track, so basically it's up. Or am I? Likely we should. Yeah, I have the video, but I don't have the time to watch it. I need to go to bed at some point. Seasonal modifiers are central to each season's unique gameplay, spicing up the usual rules and mechanics of the game. There are 4 distinct types of modifiers, each playing a crucial role in shaping player experience. So yeah, we'll have global modifiers, set the overall theme of the season, and are active at all times while the system is enabled. Affecting the core gameplay loop. So we can disable the system, or just the system is always enabled. In the first season, the theme is range. The global modifier is point blank. Grant bonus damage based on distance from enemies. Point blank, I'm going to guess we need to get close. Active modifiers function like ultimate abilities, giving your characters a short burst of power. Players can choose from a selection of active modifiers, but only one can be equipped at a time. For the first season, they manipulate the range zones set by the global modifier. Okay, so they just alter that for now. So they're not ultimates then, basically, because we're just changing the global modifier a little bit. Passive modifier work in conjunction with the global modifier, adding extra bonuses. Players can equip up to 3 passive modifiers simultaneously. In the first season, these modifiers provide additional benefits based on the range zones from the global modifier. Okay. I'm gonna guess this has all some UI to it and stuff. Likely we'll see it in the video. Also modifiers, these represent how the enemies adapt to your new abilities. As the player progresses through the season, enemies will gradually gain new abilities linked to specific enemy types, forcing you to use the global passive and active strategy modifiers strategically to counter them. So there's a whole... likely in the video this is much more clear, but... can be disabled. Okay, so the modifier system can be disabled at any time and is mutually exclusive with global events, allowing players to control how they engage with the seasonal challenges. Okay, so we can just completely turn it off. Alright. Priority objectives system offers a variety of short-term objectives, enhancing the way players can farm for items and resources in the game. The priority objective system becomes available on reaching level 30. Players can choose from 3 objectives, selecting one based on limited information such as duration, reward category, and mission type. Once a selection is made, it is locked in, and the full details of the objective and its rewards will be revealed. Choose from 3 objectives, select the one based on okay. So we just get some information, and then we like this basically select the project, right? It's basically bounties from the Destiny, right? If none of the objectives appeal to the player, the system allows for rerolls. Players can earn reroll points by completing priority objectives with a maximum of 3 rerolls stored at any time. There's no limit to the number of priority objectives a player can complete, and rewards include XP, season pass XP, items, resources, and passive modifiers unlocked. Okay. So is this then on top of projects, basically, then? Let me catch up on chat, because lately people are yelling at me like, this works like this. Which, yeah, likely. Watch the video, Yannick actually plays it. Yeah, I'm guessing as well. The video will likely... Also, this has likely all UI and stuff for it. There's some versions again, then anywhere. I mean, yeah, so it was just... They had put like so much, like... Just split that up in 2 sentences. Like if you want to make this human readable, instead of feeling like here, let me rewrite this first sentence. Each new seasonal journey introduces a system with 7 missions that have to be completed in order, each containing 8 objectives. I left out a structured progression system with sequential missions. Wait, where's the... I can barely speak English. Like, no, big words make brain hurt. Big hurt make brain. Big words. And then global events, as you can both at the same time. So yeah, we're just gonna be global eventing it instead of that thing. What I don't see in there is what the reward really is. Well, I mean XP and stuff. But I like a clear, like number-wise XP. So this seems to be on top of it. Also, no more leagues. Okay. So yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, more just like. I'd be interested in actually having numbers to go with these, just so we can kind of do the opportunity cost analysis on them, but we'll likely get that in PTS and stuff. Manhunt Scouts is a new system that drives the game's narrative by requiring players to complete weekly activities that reward them with equipment, XP, materials, and most importantly, new collectibles. Okay, so this is where we're going to get the comms from then. Each week, players can tackle a scout, which consists of 3 different activities. These activities will vary, and players must solve a small riddle to complete each one. Activities should be completed in order, and once all 3 are finished, players will receive the scout reward. Once all activities in a scout are completed. Okay. Oh well, okay, so we're scouting, right? So it's a scouting. Players will receive a bigger reward, including a unique collectible. However, new scouts cannot be accessed until the current one is completed. Okay. By the end of the season, completing all scouts unlocks the Manhunt Climax mission, and finishing that unlocks the Master Climax mission. So make sure to stay on track each week. So does this not no longer then have, like, you have to actually do it each week? So there's no longer just jumping in on the last weeks of a season and just doing the entire Manhunt, I get from that. All of them at the end of the season. Okay. You just have to do them one by one then. I was guessing for that would be too much of a change for them to do. New gear. Legatus SPA. What is this? Is this something? Oh, it's going for spa. Okay. Searching for nearby spas. Okay, I was guessing it would be something like that. But this Legatus is, I mean, likely Spanish as well as uses that, but Legatus is like Latin, right? Oh well, Roman. Because a Legatus is basically lieutenant, right? SPQR, guys. Plus 30% swap speed. Wait, did they put swap speed into tip of the spears? What are they doing? If you're gonna put this into, like, make a gear set with 30% swap speed, put like 100% swap speed on tip of the spear. Like, that would already help tip of the spear so much. Because there's no other changes to tip of the spear, right? Or am I not remembering them? Optimal range and 3 pieces of weapon damage. This is yeah, no. Like, you could have 10% armor on kill, you could have 15% ammo capacity, you can have, 10% weapon damage, or well, specific weapon damage, 100% swap speed, and 50% optimal range. Although, well, maybe if this, like, although this reads like this being point blank, I'm guessing it's just, although maybe it has zones and stuff, maybe, but still, like, why would you, this you can get from one mod. One mod is plus 50% optimal range. Like, the swap speed you can't get, but like, it's not like you're going through the swap speed to get the second bonus like you are with Brazos and stuff. You can get this literally from one mod on a weapon. Make this like 100 or 200 or something. Make it something silly if you want to really do that one. Italian version. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Because yeah, the Romans. So it's a bit, so I don't know. These answers are adjacent. I mean, like, yeah. I'm like trying to even think, like, why. This would be interesting if we had a gear set. What is the gear set? 15 weapon handling, 15% magazine, 3 pieces, 15% weapon damage, 4 pieces unlocks a new unique talent, Talent Symphony. Killing an enemy further than 30 meters will provide plus 30% weapon damage to shotguns, SMGs, and pistols. Okay. Oh, okay. And then plus 15 weapon damage to ARs and LMGs. Okay. And then 25 bonus percent armor bonus for 10 seconds. This is an on kill as well. That's also. Killing an enemy within 30 meters will provide plus 30 weapon damage to MMRs and rifles. Depends what this weapon damage is. It's likely just weapon damage. And then 30% weapon damage is not great. But basically, whatever. So if you kill them outside of 30 meters, you get 15% AR and LMG. If you kill them within 30 meters, surprise, surprise, you get something completely different, which is 15% weapon damage, ARs and LMGs. So basically, they could have just put ARs and LMGs get 15% on kill. Actually, you get plus 10 headshot damage. Yeah. So, or plus 30, sorry. Intermittently killing enemies from both ranges will build up stacks. At 4 stacks, all bonuses are doubled and triggered at the same time for 10 seconds. No stacks are acquired while these bonuses are active. Oh, this again? Why are they doing this again? Like the no stacking while you're using your stacks. So at 4 kills. So wait, you have to kill an enemies from both ranges. So you need 8 kills then. So you need like 1 close, 1 far, that's 1 stack, and then 1 close, 1 far, that's 2 stacks, 1 far. I mean, you can't control range like that. Like 30 meters is like far. Like 30 meters is not something. Because one of the things is here, like killing within 30 meters with MMRs and rifles, yeah, sure, easily. Especially now that rifles are going to be out of fire. Like that's just going to be like killing with the AR. But actually, when you kill further than 30 meters, you don't even get a bonus to rifles and ARs, do you? Or rifles and MMRs. No. So, what? So yeah, you're still better off just using ARs and LMGs. But these stats are horrendous as well. 15 weapon handling, 15 mag size, and then 15 weapon damage versus, you know, striker's rate of fire, or hell, even having. Because yeah, I'm kind of also looking at it going maybe Headhunter, but yeah, no. Double the weapon damage bonuses of Symphony for the chest. Fortissimo. So double the weapon damage bonuses. So this would go to 30, but yeah, you can just have a chest out instead. It's much better. Backpack talent, Accelerando. Decrease the number of stacks needed to proc the Symphony double buffs from 43. It's also not going to be worth it. But which is the case for a lot of like gear stuff. I would have to see this in play. It kind of depends how the stacking also works. Because can we kill like 3 enemies within 30 meters, and then for every enemy that we kill outside, it would give a stack. So what happens if I like going into a control point to kill 3 enemies far away, and then. But even then, if this is just weapon damage, like this is a buff smaller than like anything, like a lot of things. I'm gonna have the Headhunt with the send off. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna put that stat on gear, like if you're gonna put optimal range, especially like we can get 50% optimal range for the 1 mod, literally 1 mod. So, let's just go through the roof with some stats. or at least stats like that. Your Latin math class, the swap set. Well, that swap suite, I was kind of I was like I went to the gear set there, but I was like, actually that swap suite, if we had something like God damn it, I can't think of the name of it. You guys all know which Division 1 gear set I mean, right? That one, the LMG shotgun one. Lone Star. We could just Lone Star it up. You know, for Lone Star or something, as 30% swap suite could be interesting. Indeed, that's. But yeah, I was like, maybe the gear set is gonna link in with that, but nah, not really. I could see equipping one of these during Golden Bullet, just to swap faster to the specialization weapon, but also you could just have weapon handling from, you know, through like just Eagle's Grasp or something for 15. Yeah, brand set is kind of. I didn't even check what the. Okay, perfect versatile. Okay, so that's the linking in, but would you really swap for that the whole time? Oh wait, named mask. It doesn't even have a chest. I would have expected gunslinger with this. Why isn't gunslinger? Why isn't this getting a gunslinger chest? There's no perfect gunslinger, is there? No. Yeah, why wouldn't you just go vigilance plus, or versatile plus perfect versatile plus perfect gunslinger? Because yeah, so this is about then swapping and then yeah, but then yeah, nah. Kind of like thinking of like MMRing far and then swapping to shotguns, because then you'll, you know, kind of mixing an MMR with a shotgun, because that also already kind of works okay-ish for this. Because here's the thing, this doesn't, like, you don't need to kill within 30 meters with an MMR. You just need to kill within 30 meters and you get for 10 seconds MMR bonus. So you can shotgun someone near and then swap to an MMR, and then you have the bonus. But yeah, it's 50% optimal range here as a perfect attribute. Yeah, nah. Let's keep going. Actually, let me catch up again in a second. From mixing up the meta, weird choices. I mean, the thing is, with a lot of gear sets, especially or brand sets, they've put out most of the good ones. Like, they're kind of grasping at straws. Zuya was still like an okay one, but yeah, they're kind of running out of things. Like, they've put everything on gear sets already. So it's 60 optimal range being the max, anything more than 60. So it, well, no, but like optimal range more for like using ARs and stuff, because yeah, they've cut into a lot of the SMGs and stuff as well to get them lower optimal. Trying to, you know, create a problem for this to solve, but yeah. Because yeah, of course, the rifles and stuff reach out pretty far. Although most of the rifles are now 50 as well, so a lot of them got tuned down to 50. So exotic scabbard. exotic holster, talent counter. Swapping weapons will give the following group of bonuses one by one in order. Okay, so rate of fire plus weapon damage and then magazine size plus reload speed. Wait, how can you have... Is this the bonus remain active for 8 seconds or until the next weapon? Swapping to your sidearm will not trigger the next group or bonus. Will remain active for 8 seconds or until the next weapon swap. One by one. I'm like, this could mean like 7 different ways. Because this could be waveform as just like tick-tocking between them, but no, right? It's when swapping weapons. So when you first swap, you get this one, and then when you swap a second time, you get this one. I kind of need to see this in play, because what would even be the points here? I could swap to like an AR between the AR and MMR and like have this on the, but well, you wouldn't use the rate of fire on an. With the reduction to the Oreo, maybe using that. Actually, well, having a holster, it kind of depends again on the stats. They're not showing the stats here on every exotic gear. The first question is actually like the one that I also always forget is, what are the stats going to be? We'll see that tomorrow. If this is all red, if this is weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage, having 20% rate of fire and 20% weapon damage, and this being just likely just all weapon damage, like 20% rate of fire for 8 seconds, just by swapping. But yeah, it's just so short. And I compare this to 25 total weapon damage on the Bloody Knuckles. But you could trigger this a little bit easier. Now, first of all, in PvP, I can kind of see this, although like only if you have Coyote from someone else in a group setting. Like if you're not running Coyote, like that's the first thing, of course. Like if you have to run Coyote, this is already like a non-starter. But if you have Coyote from somewhere else, I would likely still go with Bloody Knuckles. But yeah, it kind of depends on the stats as well. If it's weapon core plus crit chance plus crit damage, there might be some uses for this, because yeah, 20% rate of fire and 20% weapon damage. That's more than Bloody Knuckles, because this is still going to be like, even at 130 weapon damage, this is still going to be like 8 increase, and then rate of fire is just, well, it's going to interact with strikers if you're on strikers, but it's around 20% as well. So, but yeah, it's just for 8 seconds, but for a quick burst. Also, it depends on if you can keep triggering. Yeah, well, we'll have to actually try it. Strega, exotic fall, talent, unnerve. Killing an enemy will apply a mark on every enemy within 20 meters of it. Multiple marks can be applied on the same enemy. Deal 15% amplified damage per marked to marked enemies. So you kill an enemy, everything within 20 meters gets marked. All those enemies take 15% amplified, but then also when you kill the second one, it's going to apply marks to everything around it within 20 meters. So you might be doing plus 30. Is there a cap to this? Multiple marks can be applied to the same enemy, but like, can we keep like? I mean, yeah, it's kind of the thing that I see with this right away is it's kind of busy little bee-ish. It's too much setup for it to really be too useful. Although, what is the mods? 5 crit chance. It's dead on her. 5 crit chance and 5 crit damage with just a 40 round mag of the foul. Kind of depends. We need to look at what the base of the foul, just the foul by itself, kind of is. But yeah, 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage. It's pretty bad mods. And this also, it depends on if everybody and every enemy within 10 meters of it. This depends also if it's personal. I'm like, this reads as personal because generally mark an enemy within 20 meters of it, multiple marks enemy, and then yeah, per mark to marked enemies. But you and allies, like normally if they wanted to make this be for everybody, because that would also be silly. That would be actually powerful. This is likely personal. In a solo setting, I can totally see it. Kind of depends what the fall kind of is now. We need to. Actually, let's have a look at the fall here. It's losing base. It's gaining more RPM than its base, so it's moving up at the very least. It's getting better reload. It's still stuck on that low mag, but it's actually getting one of the best optimals as well. Yeah, so it's 35 together with only the G36. All right. There are the only 2 left at 35. Because yeah, we used to have the Scar, the Stake, and the Cetar. All of these were 35s as well. And also, yeah, the M4 Honey Badger were 35s as well. Carbine 7 was 35. Yeah, it kind of depends where the fall lands. But yeah, this 5 crit chance kind of is bad. This is just... The thing is, for the same price, you can kind of have, you know, killer. Especially the new upgraded killer. And that's just going to be more consistent than this anyway. Because that's 20 meters as well with a lot of stuff. That's not going to work out. Although, like, if you're doing territory controls or on the defense wave of like control points and stuff, where you're at the spawn, or like hostage rescues and stuff, where you have a bunch of enemies near each other at the same time when you spawn camping, basically. I could totally see like this adds up pretty quick. Also, it depends on if it's additive to itself or because it says amplified damage, but that would normally be if you have multiple stacks that it stacks with itself, which we'll have to see. 8-second damage, double swap, 8-second damage, no? Yeah, but you of course have to swap like that swap. Well, we now have a brand set for that, don't we? To swap quickly back and forth. Oh, for that, man. Is it control by this original spawn trap? Yeah, exactly. Like for spawn trapping, especially solo. Because it kind of depends how it works. I mean, well, it's gonna be personal, right? It's not gonna be let me catch you up. So, wow, as well on this side. Where was I actually? 1 and 2 when you swap weapons. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm reading it as well. But I was kind of thinking more of like situationally, like what 2 weapons would you use for that and stuff. Then persist through weapon swaps. Sure. Oh yeah, it could as well just be something to equip and then just get a larger max size and then just unequip it. Just quick swap it because yeah, they gave us back. Like this is exactly the thing that why those rock and roll changes were made and stuff. Get the ads first, melt the boss. Situationally, yeah, but yeah, you need to have those situations, which just isn't always like if we're thinking like incursion, if we're thinking raid, those kind of stuff. Just although actually an incursion for right, maybe because yeah, lovebirds no, but right. You know, kill enemies near him and just stack up. Thing is as well, it's personal, so but yeah, especially like Marcus said there as well, just the spawn camping. Oh, and hey there, cutie pistol, and hey there. Hope you're doing well out there. Because yeah, we're kind of going through some of this stuff. I kind of came how late I was working the whole day, so I'm kind of catching up, and we're kind of talking it through. Although yeah, we're kind of reaching hopefully towards the end because I need to go sleep at some point. I've heard that is enjoyable thing to do. I've heard it's very meta just to sleep once in a while. Do you do the PTS and give feedback? I generally do jump into the PTS. I'm gonna jump in Saturday. Tomorrow I won't be available most of the day as I start pretty early and I'll be going till way late. But I'll jump in Saturday. I generally just haven't written. I've made other people do it for me sometimes. But I know a few people that are very much into actually giving like through the correct channels feedback. I generally give them my feedback and then some of it makes it also out of there. but generally, yeah, I also will make my thoughts on BTS likely Monday. And yeah, we're gonna have to have yeah, because we'll have to basically do entire burst and sustain tables and stuff filled in, and calculations for everything from strikers to ongoing to heartbreaker to. It's gonna be. It's gonna be interesting. Sleep is overrated. Yeah. They nerfed the RPM of sleep. No, they nerfed the REM of sleep. But yeah, I'll have to go catch some anyway. Your feedback from videos. Well, yeah, I always like for my specific feedback, because I generally as well just make that video. I have a buddy of mine that is well, somewhat connected, but like he does a lot of write-ups for bugs and stuff already, so he's kind of, they know him, and usually I kind of like he watches my videos, and then also we kind of sometimes chat, and he'll carry my feedback forward generally. But yeah, I generally don't do it like directly myself. Why sleep when we can game? Well, we're not even gaming. We're actually literally sitting here reading potential patch notes. It's not even actual patch notes because yeah, everything is subject to change. But but I'm having fun. Guessing that that pain was for the REM. But yeah, good band, so we had to shout him out. Sleep is best in slot. Yeah. Insomnia was buffed. Well, we'll just have to grind through it. We'll rock with skill kills. It's actually a good point. Doesn't state there what kind of kills. And as we recently discovered, somebody pointed out to us that pummel actually triggers as well on chems and stuff to reload them. We'll have to try it out. But that's actually a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, let's kind of finish this off because I'm kind of like nodding off almost. Versus Saint Dale. Yeah. Good perk like OD though. I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on if it actually needs weapon kills for it. Some talents are locked to weapon kills. Some talents are just on kill, like preservation and stuff. You know, wow, you know. I mean, yeah, trying to like hybridize that would already be way too much. It's already a weak setup by just by numbers. Yeah, so Division agents are all surveyors. Yeah. Let's actually have a look at this, as I also see Sledge down there. The new talents: precision strike, weapon talent, killing an enemy farther than 20 meters, build up stacks. Max stacks is 3. Hitting an enemy within 20 meters will use all stacks to provide plus 20% amplified damage per stack to enemies within 20 meters for 5 seconds. Okay, so you can build up to 3 stacks, and controlling range like this is also as well. If you're gonna kill enemies outside of 20 meters, just use Ranger. Like the new Ranger is 20 meters is already 10% amp, and then like this is nice, but because yeah, you have to eat up all the stacks, so you have to kill 3 enemies outside of 20 meters, and then you get to use this for 5 seconds. That's too much of a hassle. Very situationally could be useful, killing 3 enemies at these ranges and then being under. Yeah. Does this synergize maybe with this? Because could you maybe trigger all together, but also nah. The thing is also it competes with other stuff. So what is the perfect? Okay, 2 stacks. 2 stacks is now a little bit easier for 35% amplified for 5 seconds. So it doesn't say actually which weapons we're getting, right? Depends on what this is on. If this is on a rifle or something, I could kind of see it. Or even an AR or something. It outright doesn't say which weapons we're getting. Kind of depends where it is perfect precision. The perfect precision is at least like a number of 2 stacks, and then, because yeah, 2 kills at post 20 meters, and then 1 in 20 meters. Because this is at least just closing the range. You're kind of like, you know, you kill 2 enemies far, and then you close the range to under 20, and then you get a plus 35 for 5 seconds though. Like, although it's a lot. Like 35 amplified is a lot. And yeah, reworks. Sledge. Dealing damage with a grenade applies a mark to the on target. Target with marks will take 30% more damage to armor from the agent that applied the mark, and have minus 20% movement speed. Marks disappear after 10 seconds. So yeah, just personal now. Yeah, this is the 3rd one. So together with Heartbreaker and the rate of fire on the invisible hand going to 22%. They should have just cut this down. But also, this is just normal. Like, it doesn't actually say for perfect. Like, it doesn't even have the percentage ones for perfect. Would be funny if they just changed this for the normal one, and perfect still works as it was. But yeah, they should be 30% and then 40% in brackets if they're going to be consistent. They should have just made this like 15%, 15 and 20 maybe, and just kept it group wide. It is actually like, because it takes time. It is one of those things that actually takes a little skill to get it right and stuff and get it out. Because also what they're doing is, for instance, think on lovebirds, they're basically taking a 40% amp away from us. And also strikers is going down, and you know a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, this is like the third one. I would definitely say like they should just put this at like 20% for perfect, 15 for normal, and just make this like still apply to everyone. Because that's still a good buff. That's still like opportunistic for just a weapon slot, but or you know like an opportunistic budget just for a weapon slot. But yeah. Zero range. Zone indicator on the crosshair with the glow. Okay, I need to kind of watch their video and stuff. Because if they have a always on like range meter, that would help a little. But also just generally, you can kind of after a while you can have ranges dialed in. Rouge agents. Well, I think rogue agents might enjoy them as well. Indeed. But so will Rouge ones. And the lover, especially with the Scorpion. I mean, yeah, Scorpio is also getting a decrease and such, but honestly, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We still beat them way too fast anyway. It'll just take a second longer. Because also they're not. I wonder if more teams are gonna start running headshot strikers and Dutch cities and just doing the melts. Whatever the version of the. Oh yeah. Think about that. Alice. I mean, Oreo still will be. I'm willing to bet Oreo will still be way up there. Even with 10%, like it was way more ahead than just 10% rate of fire. And well, actually, likely its base weapon also got changed, right? So maybe it did lose a little bit more. So we'll have to see. There's a bit like I'm just familiar with that more and the shotgun, but I just have. Yeah, that's the thing with it. Like looking at its numbers, especially with that gear set. Yeah, because if that's just weapon damage, like if it's an amp, it's also way too high. So it's likely a weapon damage. Even if you get, I mean, once you get the actual stacks going and stuff, it is a lot because you're gonna have like. You'll have, well, even for ARs and stuff, you'll have, you know, plus 15s. Actually, yeah, so yeah, the range isn't applying to that, right? So yeah, you can just get a far kill with MR and then go with shotguns. But only although again, like yeah, compared to Hotshot, compared to Hunter's Fury, it just seems like a lot of hassle to get it going. Partially as well, there's that thing here of like 410 seconds, like just because imagine triggering that bonus, taking all that time to trigger that bonus, and just the enemy you want to kill is just hiding in cover for like 10 seconds. Like that's not that weird even. That's the thing with like so short bonuses, is just situationally you will detest them pretty soon just because of that. Oh, Mosquito is getting a change actually. I think an enemy applies a stack. Stacks are shared between all players. What is this? Just a quote in there. At 5 stacks, the enemy will forcefully target the last player to apply stacks for 5 seconds. Yeah, that was all the same. And take 40% more damage to armor. Wait, so at 5 stacks. So 5 shots of... Okay, I mean, like... Here's our lefty now. From all sources, yeah. Wait, what? What? This is easier to apply than sledge. It costs you yours, like it costs you an exotic slot because yeah, you need to use that, but stacks deplete every 5 seconds. I have to affect them. Stacks from other. Activating the effect on an enemy will remove all stacks from other enemies. But wait, what? Between players at 5 stacks, enemy will forcefully target last player to apply a stack for 5 seconds. Oh, this is just 5 seconds though. Is this buff also 5 seconds? Okay, we'll have to just test that. But yeah, just healer runs this. Healers runs Mosquito instead of Scorpio. And we can just do the same sledging as we always did. Where was I in this? You can take Mosquito. I mean, yeah, but you wouldn't like. You wouldn't need it. Like this is too big of a buff to leave out. Hell, it doesn't even. Hell, you could even have it be all of the DPSs. I mean, it kind of depends on what the next meta gun will be because to me, Eagle Bearer just. If all the weapons, if all the ARs are pretty close to each other, Eagle Bearer seems to be kind of like a standout. So does Bullet King and stuff like that. So. Because I don't need Scorpio anymore on the healer per se. You wouldn't apply this and opportunistic though at the same time. That's the annoying part. Kind of depends as well how long that one is. But yeah, you could apply opportunistic first and then swap to the pistol. Get 5 shots in. Get this for 5 seconds, swap back, get your opportunistic back up, and then. Because this is actually even easier, kind of like 5 shots with that weapon is doesn't take that long. And actually, if high-end weapons are kind of okay, then even yeah, you just take 2 high ends and then on the DPSers and just everybody runs a Mosquito because also it can be from anybody. So if like multiple people shoot him. Even on other things as well. And yeah, as of TU22, the following rifles and MMRs will become fully automatics: ACR, UIC, Ravenous, M1A, Lightweight, M4, LVOC, MDR, Resolute Marks 47, MK47, Mark 17, SIG, you see. So I'm going to guess from this that it's all the Mark 17s and that this SIG also includes the 6 CQB. So MDR, LVOC, for yeah, this M1A is likely all of the M1As. Then because also there's nothing called just M1A. It's classic M1A and then M1A CQB and M1A SOCOM or SOCOM M1A. Missing from this. Absent by here is Merciless. Although Merciless, of course, has a special firing pattern, so maybe they're leaving that out. M1A might include Dr. Home, because Dr. Home is actually not too bad. Ravenous, and then yeah, not the 1886s. I mean, yeah, actually, Merciless kind of needs to be with its like clicking thing, right? And then all of the lower damage, faster firing MMRs are getting the same treatment of also getting that. I'm curious how these will work, because these have such high blooms if you fire them at their full RPM. I'm kind of curious to see how they actually even behave when you fire them at full RPM. That's gonna be interesting. Did we have all of the rifles there? Actually, what was the other exotic? Oh, Vindicator. Vindicator is also missing from there. Although Vindicator is an MDR, so maybe they mean it like that, but so we'll have to see. We'll have to do a bunch of testing. Oh, and and hey there, AJ, and thanks for the raid there. Hope you were having fun. As give you a shout out here. Although yeah, I'm likely not to go on a way longer myself, but we'll go right in the category as well and pay it forward. As over here, we're reading up on the patch notes. As I was I couldn't do that earlier, and a bunch of interesting stuff. So there is at least some interesting stuff around. And yeah, the 3 changes I'm kind of definitely gonna go like, are we really? Like this sledge is up there as well. Like, yeah, sledge is one of the most OP things we have in the game at the moment. I oftentimes when we use it, I say that exact line of like, I'm gonna use sledge because we want to use the OP things. But completely taking it to personal, I mean, yeah, you can still get a lot of damage. I would be much more in favor of, because there's still a lot, and then it's lefty and stage left would still be 40% for the person themselves. So it doesn't actually even change, for instance, for when you use it in solo situations, which I quite often do. I would definitely say taking this to like 20% for perfect, 15% for normal, and then just still from all sources. Because if you're keeping this anyway, just make this a nerfed version of that. And then for like when it really matters, we'll still take mosquito, like lovebirds, and then like right and stuff. But then we can have a lesser version that is easier to trigger. And yeah, the other one is especially like Heartbreaker getting a buff as it is. Going from 1% or from 1% damage to 1.3% damage. Going from 100% with the chest to 130% with the chest. I mean, why are you nerfing strikers even then? Right? Like why even do this if Heartbreaker is just literally there to take its place? Anyway, the other one is the AR one. The what is it called again? The invisible hand being so 22% is way too much for it. Let me catch up on some of this. Yeah, we're going through the patch notes and I was kind of catching up, but also kind of theory crafting all together as we. Likely I'm going to jump in Saturday because I won't be able to tomorrow. Let me catch up on some of that. Here's also will still work very well for bloody knuckles, but it's weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're triggering bloody, although bloody I usually do melee. It's just easier. Many changes. We'll make any changes to healing growth. We'll take safeguard. No. I mean, yeah, mosquito maybe as a fit in. Survival sound. Yeah. That's a good one. We to show to give up against a mosquito and slash razor knife. Well, no. So if but then like only one buff, like not it's in the same way as like you can't like in the past you could of course do perfect sledge and not sledge. Just make the pistol do sledge basically, and then just only one of the buffs can be active. Like that would be because yeah, if we were to able to stack like the new mosquito plus the old sledge. Although I mean, actually, you can like if the DPSers just run secondary, like if they have their own sledge, like just all toss a grenade and like you'll make up for the damage lost of tossing that grenade and stuff much more so than, especially if you time it, you know, when they're immune and everything, but you couldn't have even really damaged them. It's overall buff since you can combine mosquitoes and sliders. I mean, yeah, but I think I would still be in favor of just having all three of them be sledges, basically, so you can't apply multiples or like the strongest one overwrites, kind of like it is now with sledge. Like if you have a normal sledge on an enemy and somebody does perfect sledge, the perfect sledge overwrites the normal sledge. And then the mosquito also being sledge, basically, in the same category. Because yeah, otherwise, but then also maybe just not give it to the mosquito. Like that's also an option. Because the mosquito is actually being taken down to 5 shots to grab aggro. Hell, put that even like to 1 shot. Just make it the aggro, like the aggro thingy. And like not even put sledge on it. Although yeah, for some stuff like it's killing enemies faster, like on lovebirds and stuff, if you just grenade yourself and you have your own sledge, even if it is normal sledge, like the time lost to do that grenade out is gonna be like insignificant versus the extra damage that you have for the time of sledge. I should do something. Although the thing is, I don't think anybody's really gonna do their own personal sledge. It's just gonna be too much like work. Because generally we would use sledge because like the person with the least rolls, usually the healer, would be put into that position. Overwatch may be a good contender. Yeah, also it's being Fenris. Like honestly as well, it's going to 14% and now obliterate being 18% or 17%. 17. One Overwatch. Well, of course, you're locking yourself into cover and stuff, and that person needs to pay attention, which is gonna be still like a coordinated team stuff. It's not gonna be random matchmate stuff. Like I like Overwatch as well. Even for instance, I used to run it a lot in the past in raids and stuff, and yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, multiple ads, but the mosquito seems like that could make tanking worthwhile. Yeah. I mean, just having some more aggro mechanics would be nice, but they should just build it into shields. I'm surprised if they're doing all this that they're not looking at that. Oh, perfect overclock. I mean, yeah, perfect overclock already is a decent contender, honestly. Although opportunistic, like for instance, yeah, in a lot of settings, opportunistic still kind of edges of that. So it's still time for me. See how we're doing it. Yeah, I'm gonna actually as well. We're gonna go towards the end here. We'll go Raiden. I'm gonna we'll go over here. The game was still up actually. Surprise. Because yeah, we'll come back Saturday, and I was meaning to go through a little bit and maybe make a new burst and sustain tables and stuff with the new numbers. I might actually tomorrow during work already input some stuff. And yeah, that's going to be in the normal burst and sustain tables. I've already kind of made the file. It is here, but I might actually spend some time and fill those in. I have all the images open. I might actually download all these images and just more easily accessible. That would actually be smart. But yeah, tomorrow I might actually already during work I'll have an hour here, an hour there, and I might already. But then yeah, definitely Saturday most of the day will kind of be spent updating these and also checking them with in-game, because there's definitely at least one mistake. Because if if the Carbine 7 has 497,811, when most other weapons are like around the 50k mark, and this one is in the 400k mark, or like almost the 500k mark. I mean, yes, this last one is double, but yeah, I'm gonna get, yeah, that's not gonna be correct. But yeah, actually, we'll take it back here. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid, as we'll pay it forward as we'll see who's available. Hopefully in the category. Actually, who's in the category? I usually don't rate this late, so I don't have anybody that I'm following in this. See what this person is doing. Maybe we'll just rate them. What is... Okay. Complete weirdness is happening there. You know what? I'm gonna just check this person for a second if they and we'll give them a second as well. Gonna catch up some of these as well. Is the I think IKEA is the last, if I remember. What? To what? What's that? Choose your vessel with this. Yeah. Luckily for me, I have. I mean, well, I do have a boss, but yeah, that's. I'm also a freelancer, so I get to just, they trust me. But also as well, like I have just generally some like basically chill time, because sometimes you just have to wait for a hole to fill up. That takes quite a bit of time, and then we're just sitting there waiting. So I'll spend some time there. Laying div to you. Exactly. But yeah, we're gonna actually I'm just gonna check this person. Seem okay. Oh, they've been going for 9 hours already. How come nobody's like streaming and nobody has a cam as well at that like these times? Generally, I try to just pick somebody that's kind of chill and preferably has a cam as well, and just is like a chill person. And
Oh,
is this in English? The audio kind of sucks, but yeah, we're gonna rate this person. I have no idea who they are, what they do, how they live, what cookies they like. But that's of no issue. We'll just send it over there. Seems pretty chill, so we'll take a chance here. And yeah, I'll be back not tomorrow at all, because life is unfair and I'll have to work. Which is always the awesome thing, of course, that happens whenever it's like last 4 seasons, whenever PTS kind of comes out, I'm working that Friday. Although I work a lot of Fridays, so it's kind of because of that. But but yeah, I'll be back Saturday afternoon for a few hours. I'll be able to likely make a few hours in the afternoon, and we'll jump into PTS and start just poking at stuff. I don't even see how we're gonna poke at everything before it closes, but we'll have a second phase hopefully. So but yeah, but I'm just gonna start this raid. We're gonna go raid Edge Master Tag, as they seemed okay, and there isn't too many people in the category. And yeah, again, I'll be away tomorrow, but I will be back Saturday, and we'll jump into PTS and run around and frolic and test and fill in stuff. I'll catch up on some of those last ones, and indeed have a good night, everybody, and let's see, a bunch of good nights. I'm just gonna hit that raid now button. So I'll just say, as always, have a good night.